लिंक हम भेज रहा हूँ तुमको, उससे तुम्हारा अकाउंट से।
इससे क्या करना है, ये देखना है?
हाँ, तुम OBS है ना, मैंने तो डाउनलोड कर लो पहले OBS। अरे इसको छोटा क्यों नहीं हो रहा है?
तो पूरा लाइन।
ये जब तक छोटा नहीं होगा तो कैसे आएगा? ये तो बहुत बड़ा हो गया, इसको कैसे स्केलिंग कैसे कम करना है? प्रीव्यू स्केलिंग, फुल स्क्रीन प्रोजेक्टर प्रीव्यू, विंडोज।
वाईफाई चल रहा है क्या? वाईफाई कनेक्ट
वाईफाई चल रहा है ना? नहीं चल रहा है? ये वाईफाई में कनेक्ट हो गया ना, इससे जा कनेक्ट हुआ? ये देखो तो ये इधर भी दिक्कत कर रहा है। लैन वाला कनेक्ट हुआ, हमारा ये लैन कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है। ये इसको कैसे छोटा होगा? सोर्स, एड सोर्स, विंडोज कैप्चर। OBS लेटेस्ट वर्जन वाला डाउनलोड करो। OBS सारो देखो क्या आ रहा है।
कोड लॉन्चर आईडी
OBS तुमको हम दो चीज भेज रहा हूँ, एक है ये लिंक है, इस लिंक से दूसरा
व्हाट्सएप पर लिंक से कैसे मतलब ये
अरे जैसे लिंक है एमएस टीम का लिंक तुम
मैसेज का ना
हाँ तुम एमएस टीम का लिंक से घुसोगे और इधर ओबीएस चालू करोगे। ओबीएस में हम स्ट्रीम की भेज रहा हूँ, ईमेल में भेज रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम की, उस स्ट्रीम की काम डाल दे रहा हूँ। देखो ईमेल क्या है, उसमें स्ट्रीम की लगा हुआ है। नहीं तो इसको इधर ले लेके लेकिन इतना दूर तक पावर आएगा नहीं। उसमें ये इसमें लगा हुआ है शायद, कौन सा स्ट्रीम की लगा हुआ है इसमें, शायद फेसबुक का स्ट्रीम की लगा हुआ है। हाँ यूट्यूब का इसमें लगा हुआ है, ठीक है। तुमको लगाना है फेसबुक वाला स्ट्रीम की। इतना स्लो हो गया, ऐसे स्लो होगा तो फिर ब्रॉडकास्ट कैसे करेगा। इतना स्लो हो जाएगा तो आपका ब्रॉडकास्ट होगा तो इंटरप्शन हो जाएगा ब्रॉडकास्ट का। हेलो, ओहो इधर का साउंड ले रहा है। हेलो हो गया। मेल से उसका डाउनलोड कर ले, फाइल भेजा हूँ। वाईफाई फेसबुक वाला ना, फेसबुक वाला स्ट्रीम की है ये वाला है ना, फेसबुक वाला स्ट्रीम वाला ये स्ट्रीम की, इसको तो कॉपी करना है, करके पेस्ट करना है। अभी वो उसमें आएगा, नहीं की नहीं है, एफ बी से लेके उसको कॉपी करना। अभी लेट है, रुको, लगभग ये नहीं आएगा वो, तो इंस्टा वाली तो स्टार्ट लॉन्च कर दिया उन्होंने, स्टार्ट हुआ। ऑलरेडी आईडी खोल देना, ये तो ये निकालो फिर हम कर दे। ये कहीं कर देंगे। ये हाँ, ये ऑप्टिमाइज का स्कीम, यस यस, नहीं नहीं ये नेक्स्ट है, यूज नेक्स्ट टाइम मास, दो तीन मास प्लीज कर दिया। यस नेक्स्ट 5 minutes 5 minutes स्कीम लगा उनको डाउनलोड करना। ये है हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन। पेपर हार्डवेयर बनाएंगे टेस्ट लिंक जो है तो पास अच्छा व्हाट्सएप का भी लिंक है ना, ये एमएस टीम का तो लिंक चाहिए ना।
Waktu itu perkembangan ada sih. एक ही हाँ इसी को सेटिंग कर हाँ तो उसको बंद कैंसिल कर दो ना इसको हाँ तो बैक तो बंद कर दो मुझे सी उसको बंद कर गूगल पर वर्कफ्लो मुझे परफॉर्म करना है उसको बंद कर तो क्या है वो बंद कर अभी फिलहाल के लिए एक ही नहीं काम कर रहा ना 21 पे है तुम वो तो अभी ये तो अभी तो कुछ कर हो नहीं गया अभी तो जो भी घंटा हो गया वो है ये इतना है
ये सिस्टम
सवाल है ये करो मेल खोल दो
ये ऐप्स में करना सॉफ्टवेयर ये सूटा का कॉपी करना है
कौन सा बटन
नहीं इसको ओपन विद एमएस टीम क्लिक किया था
ये तुम्हारा ईमेल आईडी
उनका पता था हमारे वेबसाइट
डॉट ये इसका
जिससे घुसेगा जिससे घुसेगा तो मैं एक साथ नहीं जीमेल नहीं है इंस्टीट्यूट से नहीं किया है अच्छा ठीक है जीमेल से ले लेते हैं
gmail.com
हो गया वो चालू हो गया नहीं वो क्या दिखा रहा है नहीं वो ओबीएस में मत अंदर उसका सेटिंग ये पहले राम होना चाहिए चालू का 5:30 से आराम करेगा प्रोग्राम आराम करेगा टेक्निकल टॉक शुरू होगा 6 बजे इन्वेस्ट कितना अपलोड होगा इन्वेस्ट आया ना ये आ गया ओबीएस में भी आ गया इंटरव्यू नहीं मांगा ये कर दो डॉक्टर के ये टाइम लगेगा घुसने में ना टाइम लगेगा क्योंकि अभी तक तो चालू
उधर से तो ये चाहिए
एक्सेस चाहिए वैसे दिखाएगा लॉबी में वेट करने में टाइम देखेगा मीटिंग ठीक है तो ये हो जाएगा तो आपको लग रहा है ये स्ट्रीमिंग ये चालू हो गया तो ये स्टार्ट स्ट्रीमिंग चालू कर देंगे हाँ इधर से ये आवाज तो बंद करना पड़ेगा कैसे बंद होता है ये इधर से हेलो हेलो ठीक है तो ये स्टार्ट स्ट्रीमिंग कर देंगे चालू हो जाएगा हेलो हेलो हेलो
হ্যালো অরূপ, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
হ্যালো অরূপ অরূপ জয় হয় এই স্পটলাইট কেন ভাই হ্যাঁ নো স্পটলাইটিং প্লিজ হ্যালো নো স্পটলাইটিং অরূপ নো স্পটলাইটিং অরূপ
স্পটলাইট বন্ধ কর মৃদাঙ্গ, স্পটলাইট বন্ধ কর। তন্ময় দত্ত, স্পটলাইট বন্ধ করো।
হ্যাঁ অরূপ শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
इंटरनेट का लेकिन थोड़ा सा कम
हैंग हो गया।
আমাদের ভিডিওটা বন্ধ করো।
তো অরূপ কোথায়? অরূপ আমার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে কি?
হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে।
ওকে, তো অরূপ কোথায়?
অরূপদা মনে হয় তোমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা চালিয়ে দিয়ে কোথাও গেছে নাকি, কে জানে।
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আর কিন্তু
নীলাঞ্জন,
হ্যাঁ দাদা
ঠিক আছে, মোটামুটি সমস্ত রেডি আছে। একবার ইয়ের সঙ্গে
দাদা একবার চেহারাটা দেখাও দাদা, একবার
প্রথম থেকে দেখাতে কেস নেই ওরে, এটা লাইভ করছিস না তো নীলাঞ্জন?
দাঁড়াও 1 মিনিট দাঁড়াও, সুপ্রিয় ফোন করেছে, সরি উত্তম দা এতগুলো
আমাদের মাইক্রোফোন, অরূপ আমার মাইক্রোফোন, তারপর ক্যামেরা সব ডিসেবল হয়ে গেছে, বিয়েই করতে পারছি না।
করতে পারছো না?
না, আমিও কথা বলতে পারছি না।
আরে তন্ময় তোমার স্পটলাইট আসবার খুব ইচ্ছা হয়েছে তো আনবো।
আচ্ছা, আমাদের ফার্স্ট যিনি স্পিকার থাকবেন নায়ক স্যারও জয়েন করে নিয়েছেন। আমি ফোন করেছিলাম, করে জয়েন করে নিয়েছেন। বললাম যে আপনি একটু আগে জয়েন করুন, কিছু যদি টেকনিক্যাল প্রবলেম হয় তো দ্যাট ক্যান বি সর্টেড আউট। প্রবলেম হওয়ার কথা না।
তোমার ইমেল আইডিটা আমাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আলাদা করে পাঠাও। তোমার ইমেল আইডিটা আমাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আলাদা করে পাঠাও। হ্যালো, থেকে একটা আওয়াজ আসছে। শরদিন্দুদা, তোমার মধ্যে একটা নয়েজ আসছে।
আচ্ছা ঠিক বন্ধ।
আচ্ছা, উত্তমদার কিছু একটা প্রবলেম আসছে। আমার আওয়াজটা ইকো হচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ হচ্ছে, অল্প হচ্ছে।
এটা কেন হচ্ছে? দাঁড়াও দেখি তো।
অনেকটা ইগো হচ্ছে কিন্তু।
এবার ইকো হচ্ছে?
একটু কমলো।
আচ্ছা নীলাঞ্জন
নীলাঞ্জন দা am I audible?
হ্যাঁ, তো তোকে আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
তো আমি অন্য সিস্টেম থেকে ইয়ে করছি, লগ ইন করছি। ওই যে সিস্টেম থেকে লগ ইন করেছিলাম ওটা হ্যাং হয়ে গেছে। আর এই
না,
দুটো
প্রবলেম হচ্ছে আওয়াজগুলো ইকো হচ্ছে, আওয়াজগুলো বারে বারে আসছে।
ওই ইয়েগুলো টোটালটা ইয়ে করে রাখুন, মিউট করে রাখুন পুরোটা।
মিউট অল করে দেবো।
মিউট অল।
মিউট অল। এই মিউট অল করতে গেলে করে সো পার্টিসিপেন্ট
দুটো সিস্টেম থেকে ইয়ে করলে এন্টার করলে সিঙ্গেল ইমেল আইডি থেকে ইয়ে করবে, ইকো হবে। একটা সিস্টেম থেকে লগ আউট করতে হবে কিংবা মিউট করে রাখতে হবে।
তপনদা কই? তপনদা যে 3 ঘন্টা আগের থেকে ওয়েট করছিল, তপনদা কই?
আমি আছি, আমি শুনছি ঐতিহাসিক নীলাঞ্জনদার ঐতিহাসিক যাত্রাপালা শুনছিলাম।
তুমি চা খেয়ে এলে?
হ্যাঁ, আমি আছি, চিন্তা নেই, আমি অফিসেই আছি। বল, চালু কর। আছি আমি
তোমার দেখতে পাইনি তো, আমি বলি কোথায়।
এই আওয়াজগুলো ইকো হচ্ছে কিন্তু।
হ্যাঁ, একটা ইমেল আইডি থেকে কি দুটো সিস্টেমে এন্টার করা আছে?
আমার এখানে আছে।
তাহলে প্রবলেম হবে।
এখন কিন্তু আর ইকো হচ্ছে না, এখন ঠিক আছে।
হবে যদি মোবাইল আর ইয়ে ডেস্কটপ দুটোই যদি একটা ইউজার আইডি থেকে এন্টার করা হয় তাহলে হবে।
এই সঞ্জীব রায়চৌধুরী ফোন করছে।
আমি কি করে ফোন করে দেব 5 মিনিটের মধ্যে?
ঠিক আছে, প্রবলেম সলভ। নীলাঞ্জন
ভেরি গুড।
মানে ওখান থেকে কিছু হয়েছিল।
উত্তমের কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে, উত্তমের প্রবলেম সলভ হয়েছে, এটা খুব আনন্দের কথা। আর 4 মিনিট হয়েছে, 7:56 নাও, 4 মিনিটস টু গো।
আরে সব
জয় হো। আর এই ঠিক 6টার সময় শুরু করবার আগে সবাই কিন্তু মাইক্রোফোন মিউট করবে। হ্যাঁ, একদম। Only the guest speakers will open their unmute their microphone rather, and they will speak accordingly. Okay. Otherwise, there will be a sound clash. Only 3 minutes more, 3 or 4 minutes to go. It's 17:56. Okay. Hold your breath. We are about to enter the long-awaited this virtual reunion. Okay. 3 minutes to more. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes more. Yeah.
টেনশন হচ্ছে, খুব টেনশন। ভুল রে, তুই নাংলার বিলে চলে যা চান করে।
কিসের টেনশন? এটা তো সেলিব্রেশন। টেনশন কিসের? হ্যাঁ,
আরে সুপ্রিয় দা এমন ভাবে বলছে না, ওই জন্য আরো বেশি টেনশন।
এই কেন ভাই? এই দেখ, সবাই মিলে না যা কিছু হয় আমাকে করতে হয়। আমি ভাই কি করবো? কি অপরাধ করলাম বল?
বলে হচ্ছে পরীক্ষার কোশ্চেনটা যাত্রা 5 মিনিট পর দেবো।
না, এই আমাকে কেন? এই লাইনটা আবার চলে গেল। এই ভালোবাসা করে জঘন্য যায়।
প্রবলেম হচ্ছে আমার তো, মাইক্রোফোন সব আবার ইয়ে করে
একখানা গো করে আওয়াজ কোত্থেকে আসছে?
ওটাই বলছি।
আপনাদের মধ্যে কেউ ব্লুটুথ ইয়ারফোন ইউজ করছেন?
হ্যাঁ, আমি করছি ব্লুটুথ ইয়ারফোন।
ব্লুটুথে কিন্তু একটা সাউন্ড আছে এরকম, কিন্তু তোরটা
অনেক সময় ব্লুটুথ হেডফোনের জন্য অনেক সময় দেখা যায় প্রবলেম হয়, তাই মনে হলো এমনি কিছু যদি হয়ে থাকে।
কিন্তু এখন তো হচ্ছে না।
আমি 2 minutes to go. It's 17:58. Mind it. হোল্ড ইউর
হ্যাঁ, আমি একটা ডিভাইস থেকে জয়েন করলাম, অন্য ডিভাইস থেকে বেরিয়ে এলাম, শুধু অডিওতে থাকবো, ভিডিওতে নয়, ঠিক আছে?
स्ट्रीमिंग में ऑडियो सब ठीक है ना?
Why?
फेसबुक पर
কারণ ভিডিওতে ল্যাপটপ আমার বড় স্ক্রিন, ওটাতে ভিডিও নেই, আর মোবাইল থেকে ভিডিও করতে হয়, তো আর কন্টেন্ট আমি কম্পিউটারে অপারেট করতে চাই। চলো শুরু হয়ে গেছে, সময় এসে হয়ে গেছে।
1 minute to go.
ইয়া
হ্যাঁ
ঠিক ঠিক
মাইক্রোসফট টিভি লিংক দেয়া আছে তো গ্রুপে।
ঠিক ঠিক
আমাদের হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আছে, দেখ সব জায়গায় গ্রুপে লিংক দেয়া আছে, ওই গ্রুপ একটা এমএস টিমের বড় লিংক দেয়া আছে।
হ্যাঁ
সব
সব
গ্রুপে
গ্রুপে লিংক আছে। আচ্ছা, I think we should start.
Good evening. On behalf of Asansol Polytechnic alumni, I, Supriya Bose, like to welcome all of you in this august occasion. You are well aware that our scheduled reunion was supposed to be held in this year, but due to the worldwide pandemic, it couldn't be held. But the urge to meet all Epitians could not be suppressed, and we conceived the idea to get a virtual reunion in a befitted manner. In our Bengali proverb, we used to say, "Dudhe shad ghole metano." Well, in this session, we are privileged to have some eminent personalities among us, and they will enlighten us with their profound knowledge and experience. And I'm sure that the present students will be enriched with this technical session. Without taking much time, I'm going directly to the context. First of all, we will inaugurate our 2 days program with lighting a holy lamp with বেদ মন্ত্র চ্যান্টিং। আমাদের ভারতীয় সংস্কৃতি অনুযায়ী আমরা আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠান মাঙ্গলিক আঙ্গিকেই শুরু করব, মা সরস্বতীর সামনে প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলনের মাধ্যমে। ওম তমসো মা জ্যোতির্গময় অসতো মা সদ্গময় মৃত্যর্মৃতম গময়। ওম শান্তি শান্তি শান্তি। Now we will play our theme song. It has been prepared and we like to publish it here, formal publish or officially publish that theme song of Asansol Polytechnic. This beautiful song was written by our talented Epitians Tapan Bishwas, composed by Shobhosrachi Upadhyay and sung by Sanjeev Rai Chaudhary. Dr. Arup Kumar Mondol, I request you to publish this song.
জীবন গড়ার এক লক্ষ্যে স্বপ্নে ভরানো দুই জীবন গড়ার এক লক্ষ্যে স্বপ্নে ভরানো দুই চোখে, জীবন গড়ার এক লক্ষ্যে স্বপ্নে ভরানো দুই চোখে, বুকেতে অ্যাম্বিশন কলেজে অ্যাডমিশন সবকিছু হয়ে গেলে ঠিক ঠিক, নতুন জীবন পাওয়া একাকার হয়ে যাওয়া লেখাপড়া খেলাধুলা পিকনিক রোমাঞ্চ অনুভূতি কত মায়া কত স্মৃতি আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক তারপর সব কিছু ভুলে যে পড়ে থাকা হস্টেলে কলেজে তারপর সব কিছু ভুলে যে পড়ে থাকা হস্টেলে কলেজে সিনিয়র জুনিয়র নয়া এক দুনিয়ার নতুন জীবনের রঙে ঝিকমি রোমাঞ্চ অনুভূতি কত মায়া কত স্মৃতি আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসা পথে ছিল বন্ধু হাতে হাতে কাঁধে কাঁধে বন্ধু ফেলে আসা পথে ছিল বন্ধু হাতে হাতে কাঁধে কাঁধে বন্ধু আগে পিছে কত ভয় আমরা করেছি জয় দিকে দিকে আমাদের সৈনিক রোমাঞ্চ অনুভূতি কত মায়া কত স্মৃতি আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক সময় বইছে তার গতিতে তবু মন ছুটে যায় অতীতে সময় বইছে তার গতিতে তবু মন ছুটে যায় অতীতে জীবনে যা কিছু পাওয়া সবই তো তোমার দেওয়া মন জুড়ে থাকো তাই দৈনিক রোমাঞ্চ অনুভূতি কত মায়া কত স্মৃতি আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক আসানসোল পলিটেকনিক
That's a beautiful song composed by our APTN for our festival. It's very well. It's very painful.
Don't unmute.
Aja, don't unmute yourself, okay? While running of the session throughout, please keep your microphone muted condition, okay? Except the speaker. Guest speaker, everybody mute their. Now, it's very painful to say that we have lost some of our friends during past days. In the very recent days, we lost Monoranjan Mondol, Bidut Banerjee, Prince Afroj Beg, Sanjay Majhi, and maybe some other friends whom I cannot recapitulate right now. We'll keep 1 minute silence to pay homage to the departed soul of our APTN family. Please. Thank you. Now we will start our long-awaited technical session. We will start with mining. We are privileged to have Sri Bijay Chandra Nayak, an eminent mining engineer with a vast knowledge in this domain. Sri Bijay Chandra Nayak is an illustrious alumni of IIT ISM, Dhanbad. Sri Nayak did his graduation in the year 1984 and is the holder of first class mine manager certificates, competency certificate. He started his career in mining industry as jet mining in 1984 from Talcher Coalfields of the then Central Coalfields Limited. He worked successfully in various capacities in Talcher Coalfields for a long 18 years, when Talcher remained part of ACCL and MCL also, thereby having the opportunity to have experience of the different useful and adaptable amalgamated work culture of all three subsidiaries. However, Sri Nayak joined Bharat Coking Coal Limited in the year 2003, and since then he has been serving the company in different roles, namely project officer, additional general manager, and general manager. Besides his professional knack, he is a well-read person having varied interests in different fields, ranging from sports to current affairs to creative writing. Now, after being superannuated from BCCL, he is serving Ariane Energy Private Limited as Vice President. So now, may I have the honor of inviting Sri B.C. Nayak sir to offer his valuable speech. Sir, please.
Thank you, Supriya. Very good evening, gentlemen, friends, and my dear budding mining engineers. Very good evening to all of you. Let me first express profoundly my grateful and thanks to Mr. Supriya and his team for inviting me to this wonderful evening. I'm really deeply honored and privileged. So straight away I'm going to the topic, that is the roles and responsibilities of the mining engineers in the change scenario. Friends, with the advent of the large-scale digitization, the giant strides of science and technology, coupled with the concept of market economy, as well as the concept of a sustainable development, gaining currency recently. There have been enormous changes across the globe, and as a result, our workplaces has become very complicated. Our ecosystem has the turbulent changes, and thereby our industry, our big business houses, our corporate world, they are striving hard to keep pace with the dramatic slowdowns, the gigantic growth, the massive urbanization, the cutthroat competition. Then, of course, there is the big sidereal market on one side, and on the other side, we have our system paralyzed with endemic corruption, police paralysis, trust deficit. Then there is moral degradation, fear psychosis among the rank and file. Then over taxation is also there. Then price hike, burgeoning price hike. All these has made this system gloomy. Of course, a good news is that our government has taken some few steps to address over-regulation and the era of license Raj. So under this situation, the mine manager or the mine engineer, he needs to be very perceptive, very conscientious, very pragmatic, very practical, and very proactive. He has to understand and comprehend the human behavior in its diversity and entirety, to treat others with fairness and objectivity, so as to strike the so-called balance between his personal, professional, as well as social commitments. So as such, the priority has taken a paradigm shift. The management imperative also has changed over the period. Now the focus is on speed, responsiveness, improvisation, and flexibility. It is no longer the survival of the fittest, rather it is survival of the quickest. So under the circumstances, in order to keep pace, in order to make himself relevant, the mine manager is no longer a local manager. He's a global player. He has to think globally, but he has to act locally, remaining grounded, keeping intact his son of the soil image, because that may be needed sometimes to capitalize on the situation. In the process, naturally he will have his own professional competency, but besides that, he needs to be equipped with technical expertise, analytical mind, research mentality. He should always remain ready to work in any circumstances that may arise. That is called improvisation. He must be in possession of some soft skills like creativity, ability to learn from the unstructured environment. He should have the ability to observe the obvious. He should think boldly. He should communicate effectively. Besides, whenever it matters, he should take a stand against the vested interests. So that is very important. But all along, he should never forget that hard work, there is no substitute for it. Then prominence is never gained overnight. Then he should have the wisdom to distinguish, to differentiate between what we call asset and liability. Ability without responsibility, flexibility, and dependability is a liability. That should keep in mind. Next, we should remember that our privileges can be no greater than our obligations. The protection of our rights can endure no longer than the performance of our responsibilities. And third, the heights reached and kept by our great men were not attained by sudden flight overnight. They, when their friends slept, were toiling upward in the night. So now coming, this is about the managerial prowess, managerial display of ability. Now, coming to the leadership, what it should be like in the change scenario? The concept of everybody is a leader in his own domain. That is the recent concept gaining ground. So, leadership is the ability to maximize individual strength. It is the ability to sketch a vision of the organization he belongs to by internalizing the amorphous facts available and identifying his winning teams to drive that vision with the mission. Now he has got a mission, he has got a vision which should be given the mission mode. For that he needs a winning team and he has to identify that. So it is an art of basically making the ordinary people do extraordinary work. How that is possible? Yes, it is possible by honing their skills, by tapping their latent energy and latent ability, and harnessing the potential that is lying dormant. In addition to that, there is the prominent role of innovation and technology, which we call the hardware, which drives the future of the organization that we work in. Now we need software. This is the hardware software. What is software? Software is the value-led and purpose-driven leadership, which drives growth that is sustainable, growth that is inclusive, and growth that is responsible. And together, the software and the hardware combination, they shape up the future of the corporate world, taking care in the process the triple bottom line. That is the recent talk. What is triple bottom line? Triple bottom line is people, planet, and finance. So a mines manager, he should have sufficient knowledge about the three and he should know how to handle that. This is triple bottom line. So in nutshell, the effective leadership that displays the paradoxical combination of personal humility. The leadership is supposed to be humble. So it is the paradoxical combination of personal humility and professional will. By channelizing the energy, the drive, the creativity, the discipline towards achieving something bigger, larger, and more enduring and abiding than themselves. So, gentlemen, I have talked about the leadership quality, then managerial quality, but these things is not sufficient to accomplish the success for the organization unless people at the grassroots level, the managers, the engineers in general, they should be motivated. How that can be possible? To be successful, one has to have a goal. He has to set a goal. And what type of goal? The goal should be such that it will command his thoughts, liberates his energy, and inspire his hope. He should be driven by a dream, an idea, a passion, something which is new, which is beyond time, out of box. And the venture that takes birth out of it is about making that dream, that passion, that idea a living and breathing entity, a reality. To be successful, he must have a desire, and the desire should be a burning one. Now, he should have sufficient motivation to stay focused, enough discipline to put in the hard work that is required to achieve the goal. He should have the drive, he should have the urge to push himself beyond the limits. And he should have that killer instinct to achieve that, which has not been done earlier. And the whole thing lights him up inside so as to make him possible to achieve a prince out of the commoner. So this is possible if he has this kind of urge, drive, motivation to excel. So here I would like to quote the famous saying of Steve Starbuck, who used to say, to successful, you need to care more than, just remember, to be successful, you need to care more than what others can think wise. You need to dream, you need to risk more than what others can think safe. You dream more than what others can think practical. And to expect more than what others can think possible. In a nutshell, you have to always push yourself beyond limits. You have to trace the so far untraced terrain. You have to think out of box. So you have to do something impossible. You may fail, but that will show you the light of the day, and you can achieve what you really intend to do. The mining engineers, they make a mistake, because they are manager, they are supposed to know everything. But generally, we delegate the financial aspect to somebody else. We think that is not our domain, or this is not our baby. So I was also suffering from that obsession, and I hope my young budding coming up engineers also might be having that kind of drag. So in order to overcome that, I will give them, from my experience, some hints. There are 3 statements, financial statements they should look into. One is balance sheet. What is balance sheet? I think everybody knows it, those who are in profession. Balance sheet is basically, it is the information which indicates the assets, cost of the assets, then details about financing, then debt and equity needed to maintain that asset at a particular point of time. Then there is the profit aspect that gives you idea about the dividend income, the income that incurred. Then there is the profitability, which gives the overall impression about the efficiency of that setup. Second is your income statement. So this is the information about your revenue raised, the expenses done, and resulting in the resulting income, which takes care of your organization for that particular financial year. Then third is the cash flow statement. So it is basically the information about the origin and the uses of cash to maintain those assets, starting from operating to financing to investing for that year. So these things they should know to do their duty holistically. The next thing I will talk about the concept of sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Sustainable development is that development which meets the needs of the present generation without compromising, without jeopardizing the ability of the present future generation. So basically it is about the environmental, social and financial health of the organization today and tomorrow. So it is about maintaining and taking care about the interrelated issues such as hunger, inequality, environmental degradation, etc. And how that is possible. So the mining engineers suppose know the tools existing for that purpose. One is the CSR, social CSR, social responsibility. The as per my Company Act, every organization they have to spend more than 2% of their profit. Corporate social responsibility, that is CSR. I'm out of time. So Supriyo, I'm within time.
No, sir. It is about 25 to 30 minutes. You have started on 6:10. So I think 5 minutes more is there.
5 minutes?
Yes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, rather 5 minutes we will discuss upon the questions we have got from the student. You have actually 10 minutes. You have actually 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You do it, sir. No issue.
Continue.
Okay.
Continue.
We are loving it to hear it. Okay, sir.
So the tools are there, then green economy there, then CSR, corporate social responsibility there as per Mines Act 2018. The basic purpose is to lower down the footprint of environmental footprint. That means the cost should be borne by somebody else, because the issues are so stringent, the regulations are so stringent on economical issues, you have to comply at any cost. So unless you get some outside help, you can't do it on your own. So these tools you can use, and the mine manager and the project officer and above, they must be aware of that, how to take best use of that. So that is about the, if want I can tell you, this is a system actually, the system is operating. We are, the whole world is in a system, that is system over space, system over time. Suppose if there is pollution here in India, so it will affect, internationally the South American people. And today, that is a system over space and a system over time. If you take some decision, economic decision today, after 10 years also, our generation, young generation will be affected by that. So this is called the system, how the sustainable development that operates. So now I would like to say something about my own life lessons that I have learned hard way over the 36.5 years of my professional life. Gentlemen, while journeying on the highway of our life, we experience pleasure and pain. There will be sunshine and rain. There will be loss and gain. But you should learn to smile again and again. So that is life. So there is something you have got to learn. Life is full of twist and turn. You have got to break the dogs in the hot sun for the tide to turn. If there is night, that ought to be done, and life goes on. Second is, this is the life lesson number 1. Life lesson number 2. Life compromise is life wasted. You have to love your life. You have to live it on your own terms and conditions without any strings attached. Riches I hold in light esteem, and love I love to scorn. The loss of fame is but a dream that vanished with the morn. This is the second one. And the third one is, when you are down and you are surrounded with darkness everywhere and there is no hope, so please count the many blessings that you have instead of sticking to the small lackings. When upon life's billows you are tempest tossed, when you are discouraged thinking that everything is lost, please count the many blessings name one by one. You will be surprised what God has done. So gentlemen, another 1 minute I will tell. In spite of all the things I have painted a rosy picture and all, it doesn't really matter what position you occupied, what vehicle you rode, how much power you wielded, how much money you amassed, but what matters, the thing that matters is how many friends you made, how many hearts you touched, how you raise your family, how you raise your children, what culture you gave to your children, how many lives you improved, how happy you are, how satisfied you are. And all the things go into preparing your, what we call your obituary. That means before you die, you are preparing your obituary. How will you be remembered by people around you? You are scripting what you call the funeral speech. Before going to the grave, you are scripting your funeral speech. How will you remember? So it is all important that you do your profession, do whatever you like, you enjoy your power, you amass your money, but don't lose these finer aspects. You do something noble, you do something which people will remember, and you will be remembered by that. And that way you can script a good speech, your good funerals. You won't be there, but you have already scripted it by virtue of your accomplishments, your virtue of your qualities you had and that, by virtue of your achievements, excellent achievements. I think that's all. Supriyo, any question now?
Thank you, sir. I think all the listeners have been enriched with this speech. We have got some questions. Most of the questionnaires you have already covered, sir. Beautiful and excellent lectures. There was a question I thought in our mind, how they will develop themselves. Like you have told about the leadership and everything was covered.
You see, time was limited. Let me tell you, what is success? You know, success is the cumulative corollary of conviction, passion, commitment, and devotion. And devotion is beyond your dedication. It is far beyond than hard work. Devotion is when you worship your God in your own temple. What is your temple? Your temple is your organization. And who is God? God is your work. So when you realize the whole thing, so you are successful.
Exactly, sir. And one thing in just 1 or 2 minutes, sir, keeping the changing scenario, please tell us about the scope and limitations of the mining engineers who are begin to their career, actually, about to begin their careers.
You see, my profound advice will be that they should stick to the industry they belong, because from there they can get their due. If they bunk, if they leave the parent organization and go somewhere else, they will have a lot of competition. They will not get the respect due to them. So it is always to stay here and do whatever possible to flourish in life. So that is best I can advise. Bunking will not help, because you will be treated there as a discard. Nobody will say that you didn't like your organization. Then they will question you why after all you had this mining qualification and you are bunking. So you are an escapist. So that type of tag you should not carry. That will be a big baggage to carry. That will spoil your future. So better stick here and do whatever, clear your first class. And here also there is a scope one can think about unimaginably.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time, sir, and being with us, sir. Oh,
okay. Thank you.
We are really, sir.
Bosav, there. Bosav, would you like to say anything? Mr. Bose is there, I think.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, Bosav, unmute your microphone, sir. Bosav, unmute your microphone.
Would you like to add something,
First of all, good evening, sir.
Very good.
Nice to see you after a long time.
Oh.
You have always been our guide. Your working style and everything is still being discussed at almost every day. And nothing
we
more.
are fortunate enough to get work under you, sir.
I miss you already, but I am always here. I'm always here. I'm serving at least, that boredom is not there. It's a very nice place to keep that boredom, It's that routine, that routine still continues. I feel
Bosav is the guest, sir. Bosav is the guest speaker for survey discipline, actually.
Oh, actually, he will do more justice than
me. He is also guest speaker, and we are again privileged that we have had that survey of BCCL with us, sir. So that is again our privilege.
Thank you. Best of luck, Bosav. I think you will do justice to your lecture. Thank you. Thank you, Supriyo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Now I request Sadanandan Mondal to host the next session. I think next session is of Sadananda,
Yes.
Right? Yes. Sadananda, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening to all of you. Myself, Sadananda Mondal, moderator and alumnus of this institution and executive of India Government Mint, Kolkata. Today, we are the first day of our alumni virtual reunion of Asansol Polytechnic 2021. Due to pandemic situation countrywide for COVID-19, we could not physical reunion of Asansol Polytechnic. That's why we have arranged on Microsoft Teams virtual reunion of Asansol Polytechnic 2021. So I will take only 2 minutes before starting our guest lecture. I will mention the brief profile of guest lecture. It is our immense pleasure to mention the respected guest lecturer and eminent guest name. The name is Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty. So I will start to read out his brief profile of guest speaker, Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty. Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty received his BE in metallurgy from NIT Durgapur in the year of 1968. and MS in metallurgy from University of Illinois, United States of America, and also received his PhD in the year of 1975. He did his postdoctoral work from 1975 to 77 from the same institution in the field of ESF and casting of super alloy margin steel. His total experience in US environment is 9 years. He is currently working at Metallist Consultant Private Limited, Kolkata. He taught in Pallavi University, 1997 to 1980, Siraj, Iran, on deputation from USA on exchange teaching assignment. Thus, he gained social experience in an Islamic country. From 1980 and 81, Dr. Chakraborty worked at the R&D Center of Iron and Steel, Cell, Durgapur, as Senior Research Manager. He worked in the Usha Alloy and Steel Division of Usha Martin Industries in the year of 1998 to 1985. And he joined the same company in the year 2001 and worked till 2009. He was the chief metallurgist at Oswald Steel, now Bardhaman Special Steel, from 1985 to 86. Dr. Chakraborty worked at Madhya Pradesh Iron and Steel Company as head of metal marketing from 1986 to 1988, and then joined Modi Steel 1988 to 1993. Then he joined again Usha Martin Industries Limited 1993 to 1997. He was selected by Vardhan Steel in the year of 1997. He joined Usha Martin Industries again in the year of 2001. Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty was the leader of market development team of Sunflag Steel in the year of 2009. He has vast experience in the field of research and development and marketing of steel industry. So, from this brief profile, we can understand his vast experience in research and development and marketing division of steel industry. His topic is material and its importance in engineering with special mention steel. So I request Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty to deliver his speech. Sir, Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty.
Can you see me? I have to put my video camera on, right?
Yes, sir.
And I have to open the share tray, right? And
Okay,
then
sir.
I go to I have to open my screen and then I share.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Double clicking that. Are you able to see this?
No.
Are you able to see this?
Yes,
No,
sir.
sir.
You are visible now.
Are you
You are
visible?
visible, but slide is visible.
Yes, sir. It's okay.
I'll do
It's
slideshow.
Visible and audible both.
Yes.
Now you're coming the slideshow?
Yes.
No, sir.
Shall I commence?
Sir, I will share.
Shall I commence with your permission? Hello?
Hello. You can start, sir.
Okay. So, good evening. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers for this presentation that I have, which is something that I believe from the bottom of my heart. I thank the students, the professors of this institute, which I have had the privilege of selecting some of your seniors in my old organization, and they have done very well. Some of them I can name, but that is not the object today to name some of your people, but they have been very successful in their life. The point I'm trying to make is this, that the speaker before me, unfortunately, I can't see my face. So what do? I want to see my face. Can I not see my face? Can anybody?
Turn on your camera.
We can see your face, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How can I see if I can't see my face, I don't know what I'm speaking.
Okay. The technical advisor, I think Sunil or Pragati,
So long as-
you just spotlight him.
No,
Already
spotlighted already.
Already.
Okay, so
Okay, sir, continue.
If everybody can hear me, that's fine.
Yes.
We can hear you, sir. We can see you, sir.
Okay, so I can't scratch my. Okay, thank you so much. Now I'll continue.
And you look very handsome, sir.
Thank you, thank you very much. I drank my tea before I joined this. So, the speaker before me, Mr. Nayak, he said a very important word which I picked up. He said dream. He said the word dream. Now, Abdul Kalam ji said what? A dream is something that you don't see when you sleep. A dream is something that doesn't let you sleep. So, this is the topic of my discussion today or presentation today by the way of materials. Materials is something that does not let people sleep. Material makes people dream. New materials have come in throughout the start of the civilization. And it is the advent of materials, the advent of the need for materials, new materials, that has taken mankind to the level that we are today. Starting from, say, around 4,000 years or so ago or more, you see, these are a set of people who are doing something, and you can see some of them is dreaming to say, how can they make their work better? How can they make their work smarter? What they can develop from the raw materials they have with them, and devise and make things which helps them with what they want to do. Developing a spear or making flints to start a fire, sharp instruments to skin a goat or whatever. So that was the starting point of materials and the dream for making materials better and better. The next slide shows a jump.
I am interrupting, sir. Sir, Dr. Mondal.
Sorry?
Sir, your slide is not visible, sir.
Not visible.
Slide not visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Hold on. I will guide and support you, sir. Sir, when you are you able to look at your screen, the team window? The team window.
I can see my slides coming on the page. I can see your face, and from the side, that's all I can see. And it says slide number 3.
Okay, sir. Can you please do us a favor? On top, you have that shared screen, right? Shared screen button.
No, I don't have anything.
I will tell you. I will tell you where it is there. Can you go back to that team window? Team window is there, right?
No, shall I escape? Shall I escape? Or team?
Yeah,
is this what it is? Start sharing?
Yeah.
Click start sharing?
Yes. And when you start, share your screen, not just the Microsoft PowerPoint. Share your screen. The first option is screen 1, maybe. Share that.
Where is the screen?
When you press the share screen button.
Okay, screen 1.
Yes.
Now you got it?
Yes. Now we get it. Now we get it.
Sir.
Get it back on, sir.
Can I go back?
Yes. We love to hear you. We will love to hear you again.
Shall I go back to the first slide again or what?
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to go back to the first slide. Okay, here. I started my discussion with this slide. I hope this slide is clear.
Yes.
Yeah, now the whole meaning changes, I mean, without seeing this slide, we are only listening to you.
Okay.
Now I think they're getting better. Yeah, thank you.
Now this slide shows some 4,000 years ago how people were dreaming to find materials to help them. The people were they're working, and somebody is there thinking and dreaming how I can make my life or the life of my colleagues better, my work faster, and can I be smarter than somebody else? Which kind of stone shall I use to make my arrow? Which kind of stone can I make it sharp enough to make into a knife? Which kind of stone shall I hit and get a spark to make fire. Right from that time, the beginning of mankind, materials has been a challenge to human being. And that is the starting point of the human dream, the dream which Mr. Nayak said. Somebody is dreaming. Now, my next slide shows a jump in the centuries. Is it visible and audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Now you see the need has changed. Now people want to fight. Somebody is bigger than the other. Some king is bigger than the other king. And so the starting point of materials start coming in a different way. Which kind of material can they make it look good, make it look smart, make them look, they have sharper swords, something like a shield to save them. They're all different materials. Not only that, how you work them out into making sheets and shapes. So not only does material come in, engineering now comes in, mechanical engineering comes in, metallurgical engineering comes in, how to make these things which are needed at that time. So economics also comes in. Who can make this cheaper? Who can make this faster? So the whole churning point in your brain starts how to use material to make my life better or make me better. The picture of the castle shows materials again. How to build my castle safer. Here, civil engineering comes in. The architectural engineering comes in. Of course, metallurgy also comes in because inside the people are there trying to make such armors. Materials has gone a far way from what it was 4,000 years ago to the time of the Crusades now. Next slide. How do I make the next slide? Okay, this way. Okay. Now, on the left, you see a slide that shows a stupid man and a smart man. The poor stupid man has been pulling the logs traditional way, and the smart man is using his brains to use the materials to make his life better. He is using a wood, and he is using a wood wheel to do his job for him. He has got a hammer and probably some rope to make the wheel. Again, material here is how he's been able to use cellulose from the trees to make his water wheel. Gentlemen, everywhere you find somebody dreaming to make something better. The next slide will show again a paradigm shift. The steam engine has come in. Somebody has understand to how to harness steam and use that steam to into travel, into movement. Steam to movement. That's the steam engine. And from there, the world saw shift after shift after shift because the human beings, students like you, dreamt. Students like you went out and said, I want to make this. I want to do this. And that's how you have the starting point. Space, and you have satellites, and you have the turbines, the big jet turbines. They all start off from students of metallurgy, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, structural engineering, who get their minds together, dream together, and make something worthwhile for mankind. Again, examples that you see every day. You have these railway sleepers. Do you know they are concrete? But they are not just concrete, they are composites. They have a steel wire inside. There are few steel wires inside. They are pre-stressed concretes. Without getting into much detail, but these are again composites. People designed it. They found that wood was not available. Steel was getting rusted. So why not build something which will not rust and also be able to take the flexing of this. As the train goes up, it flexes downwards. As the train goes away, then it flexes backward again. So it has to have a fatigue limit. And from there starts the advent of pre-stressed concrete here. Prestigious Concrete here. Civil engineers got together with metallurgical engineers and architectural engineers to create wonders of this kind of cantilever type of structures. Somebody dreamt that I want to make this. Somebody dreamt like I want to make a temple like this. Now jump to the today's era. What happened now? We became into the challenge or the dream of miniaturization. Space age came in. Everybody thought that how can I put something into a small space capsule and send it to space and do something there. End of the Cold War started. Americans knew everything, but they never told the Russians. But as the Cold War ended and NASA started opening up, and after NASA started opening up, there was a phenomenal or a paradigm shift and a, what do you call the disruptive forces, because all that technology and all those products from silicon chips to silicon MOS conductors, superconductors, all that started coming to the market, which was known to the Americans in their space and defense businesses. Invention of single crystal started. Nobody thought they can make single crystals. Now today we can make single crystals large enough to be able to make solar cells, silicon single crystals, silicon wafers to be able to make solar cells, laser, light amplification, and simulated emission of radiation. The physics people got together with the metallurgists, material science, how to get laser light as they call it, but it's laser. Lasers helped melting complex crystals and complex layering technologies, like you have a semiconductor over a metal, and a metal on a ceramic, and ceramic on a plastic. So all that materials started coming into the hands of the designer, the dreamer, and the engineer to make things smaller and smaller and more powerful. More and more powerful in the sense of not only energy powerful, but information powerful. Then came the time of nanotechnology. Nano means very, very small. I do not know what nano means. I think nano means 10 to the minus 9. But nanotechnology came in and people started actually seeing what is there in the atom. And here, material science got together with mechanical engineering people and the physics people to think about new products that could work in that phase, starting from 4,000 years ago in making stone arrows to nano surfaces. By the way, I don't know whether you will know this or not. I just found out the Japanese katana sword, the famous sword, used nanotechnology to make the edges sharper and sharper. That was the technology that they knew. Then the life sciences and the biology people now came in. They found that nanotechnology was very useful in solving their problems or helping them to harness near atomic level, revolutionizing the understanding of material behavior. Materials behaving, magnetic materials were made, and these materials were used to link with the Earth's magnetic field within the human body to be able to deliver medicine to the cancer cells. Some people found out that they are doing huge research on this, that cancer areas are magnetic or they are electromagnetic. So if you have a small drug on the tip of a magnet, again a nanomagnet, it can be transported to that area specifically and selectively to be able to attack the cancer cells. Electrical engineering, computer science, information technology is known today, and nanotechnology is using them in finding newer and newer horizons. Now, my students, I just pause here for a minute. These are the areas that you people have to get into. Although I am saying that I am talking about steel, why I am talking about steel, I'll let you know, but these are the areas where people are required material scientists. And these are cross-functional fields where there is a tremendous amount of growth. And you have to dream, you have to have the urge to learn, you have the urge to push yourself to those levels. Today there is such ordinary applications of nanotechnology, simple today in the world today, you will see cars and solar cells and medicines and even consumer goods, even clothing are making with nanotechnology. Now, you may say, where is the materials? Everything is materials, gentlemen. Everything is materials. Starting with polymers, starting with metals, starting with all kinds of, the whole gamut of materials. I hope you are listening to me or hearing me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, look at this slide. You can see how the human brain accelerated due to their ability to dream, and ability to learn and contribute. The printing press started something like 1400. Telescope 1600. Steam engine came about 1750. Telegraph light port came, but car came here. Man on the moon, say 1950, 1955. Thereafter, look at these disruptive technologies. How fast people started using their brains and their dreams to get them. So much so, this disruptive. We are trying to cast in space. Why do you want to cast in space? Because space has no gravity. And if you have no gravity, there is no segregation. Segregation comes because you have gravity. If there is no gravity, you can create alloys in which there is zero segregation. People are doing that kind of work. They're trying to do some very refined work in space. Disruptive technologies. Disruptive means what? To me, it means that whatever I thought today, somebody had thought about it earlier. What can I do? I have thought to my limit, but then somebody is thinking beyond that and probably already has made a business out of it. So how do you attack the situation? So you have to dream. Something will come when you are dreaming. Something will come when you are thinking deeply about your challenges. You have to challenge yourself and ask society what you can do for them. Slowly, I'm coming into metallurgy. That's my subject, my favorite. Metallurgy is actually the center of everything. In my opinion, metallurgy and material engineering is the center of all engineering. It starts from one side, one branch is pure science of physics and chemistry. You must know that. Biological sciences and nanotechnology comes in. How much time do I have, sir? How much time?
10 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay. Then mechanical engineering has come in to help, and suddenly, and applied mechanics is strength of materials. You can see what is the gamut of the materials engineering field. Quickly, I'll go now. But from Indian case, here, India needs to grow by way of employment. That's also something that you have to worry about. What are those technologies in which you can find employment? The brick and mortar industries must grow along with IT and associated technologies. So brick and mortar means like cement and steel. Steel and its related industries is the foundation that needs to be strengthened. Also, environmental green practices must be put in place. This point came up in my previous lecture's point, that we have to think green. Now, this is one area where India as such, India per se, has to be working on, and you students have to think in this direction. India has got about, I think the mining engineers will say probably this is not true, but I think this is the fact. We have got lots and lots of iron ore. And iron ore is located somewhere here in the coast and this coast. And the government's dream of 300 million tons in 2030 can only be achieved by consolidation. You cannot have, it's too expensive and time consuming to have green fields. You have to have brown fields expand. That's what's happening now. Mergers are taking place. But remember, the end user of steel is especially auto industry. Here the specifications are very tight. So certain consolidation is inevitable. And so you students must think about newer products which make the steel cheaper and lighter. And so the standards will change. Robust process control is very important, and the discipline of making steel has to come in. Discipline has to come in every field. In my opinion, this is my opinion, IIT, NIT degree holders, I have found them not interested in the heat and dust industry. Unfortunately, or fortunately for the country, IITs and NITs, our students are not really interested in the industry that is heat and dust. They call it 3D, dirty, dangerous, and depressing. So something has to be done about them. They rather be in IT-related jobs, bank jobs. Good for them. It's good for the country. But it is the diploma engineers that will help. The backbone has been the backbone of the steel industry, and I am grateful for institutions like the Asansol Polytechnic for providing such people for our industry. The world is putting pressure on carbon dioxide emissions. Blast furnace looking for alternates like hydrogen. Who is thinking about hydrogen? The Germans are, but the Indian industry also thinks. And whenever somebody says something, somebody will say, oh, it is very expensive. Oh, it's very expensive. Now just imagine 4,000 years ago, somebody said, that stone I want to make into a spear. Somebody says, oh, it is too expensive. What would have happened to that idea? No, we have to find it. You have to use it. Government has to spend money. Research and development people have to spend some money and the brains to make alternatives. We cannot copy from outside. Time is gone. When the copying time is gone, somebody will be way ahead of us. But at the end of the day, we need engineers, metallurgists, not just to work on modeling or software, but hands-on soft floor hard work. It is hard work. It is not gender-biased industry as many think. Many ladies work side by side. I have personally picked up 4 or 5 ladies from a batch from your institute and put them in Usha Martin, and they were doing very well. Some of them have now gone out. They are married and got a family. But during that time they were in Usha Martin, they were doing extremely well. They were very, very happy there. I have seen many female crane driver in the steel plants in Finland and Sweden. Diploma engineers are found to be dedicated, and many have risen to high posts in the steel industry. Best of luck to you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I hope
Thank you, sir.
you all the best. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sadananda, with your kind permission, I would just like to say only just a few words for Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty.
Yes. Okay.
So, Dr. Sudhanshu Chakraborty, my name is Nilanjan Bandyopadhyay, and
Yes.
I just wanted to tell you that what you said, the way you concluded and the way you motivated the community and the way you acknowledged while actually we fully know well how much supportive you have been in terms of creating opportunities for us, and but even then at the end the way you have concluded it at such a positive and inspiring note, for that I'm really grateful. It touched my heart, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Nilanjan. Ajay, thank you very much, sir, for delivering valuable lecture for us. Not only alumni, but also present student of Asansol Polytechnic. You have started material from 4,000 years ago, and you finished 2021 is running. You are looking up to 2050. From starting Stone Age to 3D movies. 3D movies for the 3D chips and movies. I am not talking about 3D, dirty, dangerous, and depressing, not. That is our duty part of...
Yes.
And you also mentioned that metallurgy is the central of all engineering. Without material, no engineering can do anything.
Correct.
Yes. And you also told that nanotechnology and acceleration growth in technology. But at present, I request to tell 1 minute about Ninitol. Developed new concept of nanomagnetism and shape memory alloy. Today it is called Ninitol. Please just 1 minute.
Can I interrupt here?
Yes.
I did my PhD thesis on Nitinol.
Yes.
It was my thesis of TINI alloy called shape memory alloys.
Yes. Sir, it is at present it is known as Ninitol. So just highlighted some point.
Okay. Sorry, your.
Sir, I want to know that some points regarding Ninitol.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand what you're saying. You want to know something about Nitinol?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Nitinol is a 50-50 TiNi alloy. Atomic weight. I think there's a disturbance coming. People are waiting in the lobby. So, Nitinol, NiTiNOL, is a nickel titanium alloy. It is a very sophisticated alloy. And it is a 50-50 alloy in which the martensitic transformation is reversible. We believe in that martensite is irreversible. Once you make martensite, you heat it, it becomes tempered martensite. So, and the problem with the martensitic transformation of steel is that steel has confused the martensitic transformation. Martensitic transformation is supposed to be military transformation. You heat it, it becomes austenite. You cool it, it becomes martensite. So there are certain alloy systems like nitinol and even copper zinc, some brasses are there in which you cool the material, it forms martensite. You heat the material, it forms austenite. So they are called thermoelastic martensites, and that is the phenomenon used in the formation of nitinol. It is a very expensive alloy. It cannot be used, so there's a lot of modifications in it, but there's a lot of use for it. We did something in space work, which we can spend some more time later on. But it basically is a martensitic transformation which is reversible. Reversible means you can reverse it by stress, you can reverse it by heat.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, all metallurgists and also all other engineering branch are beneficial for your lecture. And I think at present I have no question regarding this topic. So I will hand over the session to next moderator, Mr. Tapan, regarding mining survey.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Sheikh Javed Miadad. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Ke bolche?
Sir, please answer.
Sheikh Javed Miadad.
Oh, Javed, কেমন আছো?
জি স্যার ভালো আছি।
ভালো আছো? Good. ভালো আছো? ভালো থাকো।
Sir, please answer your slides.
কি?
Sir, please answer your slides.
Slide.
Answer my slides.
Answer.
Share. Okay.
রিভার্স অ্যাকশন শেয়ারিং যে করেছিলেন না ওটাকে আনশেয়ার করতে হবে।
আমার কি করতে হবে ভাই?
আনশেয়ার
কোথা করব?
ওইখানেই আছে।
Click on the cross button.
যে বাটনটা আপনি দিয়ে শেয়ার করেছিলেন সেটা আরেকবার টিপলেই আনশেয়ার হয়ে যাবে।
আমি জানি না। I don't know. বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি।
No problem.
I'm not technology savvy. Stop sharing. এই তো।
Okay, sir.
এটাই তো।
Yes, sir.
Okay,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Done.
Okay, namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay, I am from metallurgy moderator, and I will hand over the session to Mr. Tapan for mining survey. Hello, Mr. Tapan. Coordinator of mining survey.
Uttam da will conduct.
Uttam. Okay. Okay, Uttam. Sorry.
Finally, I can see my face.
Okay. Next moderator, Mr. Uttam Chaudhary. APT alumnus and Deputy Manager Mining at BCCL Coal India.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Uttam Chaudhary, working as Deputy Manager, BCCL Headquarters. I have been given the responsibility by APT alumni to welcome Mr. S.P. Bose. Today, we are very much proud to have an experienced survey officer like Mr. S.P. Bose. Sir, APT alumni welcomes you to our virtual reunion. We are overwhelmed by the time you have taken for us from your busy schedule. Bose have vast knowledge in mine surveying and worked in various OCP and underground mines both. He is currently working as a HOT survey in BCCL, a subsidiary of Coal India Limited. Now, he will deliver a lecture on development in mining survey. I will not waste any more time. Sir, please unmute your microphone and start.
Thank you, Chaudhary sir.
Okay, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good evening to you all, sir.
Good evening.
It's really a great privilege for me that I've been given this opportunity to share my experiences of my service life with all of you. I would like to convey my best regards to the eminent personalities who joined with us today, like Dr. Chaudhary, G.C. Nayak, under whom I have worked for several years also in CCCL. At the same time, I would also like to convey my special thanks to Supriyo Bose sir and Chaudhary sir for considering me to be part of this program. Asansol Polytechnic has its own reputation, distinction in the mining field. So many renowned mining engineers I have seen in industry from this polytechnic. There are my friends, few friends also from there. Anyway, now coming back to my point, the development in survey. While talking about survey, mining has different branches. Earlier also, Nayak sir said that finance, personnel, is told about all these departments. And likewise, electrical, mechanical, excavation, there are so many different. And altogether, a mining engineer has to handle all of them. Even medical profession. But survey has some different aspects in mining. It starts right from the planning work during the execution of the work and also during the completion and even after the completion of the project. Survey has another aspect. A surveyor has to work in the field. At the same time, he has to work in the office also similarly. And he has to present all these things before different departments and to keep liaising with all these departments, higher up and DGMS, everyone. Now talking about the development, yes, there are so many developments came during last few years, particularly say about 10 years, modern surveying system. It started from plain table survey by the Amin. Amin means those who surveyed for the local Mauja plants, etc., preparing Mauja plants. So plain table survey is a very basic survey, doesn't have much accuracy, but all these Mauja plants, what we are handling now, were prepared by them. Then from that era, then dial, theodolite, dumpy level, etc. came. Dial and theodolite, it was used for measuring the angle giving the direction, marking, laying out the direction, and level for vertical control. At that time, it was known as dumpy level. That is a very older leveling instrument. So dial has its limitation, right? What is the limitation? Limitation is accurate and its least count. Least count means minimum graduation that we can read from the instrument directly. After that, the theodolite came. Theodolite also an angle measuring instrument, but it has much more accuracy. It is accurate in the sense its least count is 1 second or 2 seconds maximum. The angle measurement is much more accurate. That is an important part for any survey work. Then theodolite, even with the theodolite survey, while a surveyor is doing his traversing, we had to measure the distance by tape, by manual means. Measurement of length is always horizontal, as all of us know. That is a horizontal measurement. And keeping the tape horizontal in a level position, that is a tough job for the surveyor. And the experienced chairman, the backbone for the survey job. I just can give you some example that a mine, underground mine, say having a gradient of 1 in 4 or 5, you can think that after going to 10 meters, it will be down by 2 meters. So keeping that tape in a horizontal position with all possible effort, even then, sometimes it is not being possible, resulting error in length measurement, and that affecting the entire circuit, traverse circuit. Even we are using the for angle measurement, we are using the theodolite. It is okay, but while measuring the length, there is a problem. Later on, there was development. That development came in 2 ways. Electronic theodolite, and in place of dumpy level, auto level came. Auto level is better version of dumpy level. Dumpy level actually discontinued after coming of auto level. Auto level having certain devices that even with flight out of range, out of horizontal leveling, it gives correct result. Since the diaphragm is freely suspended there, so even the level is out, then also it gives the correct result. And in the middle of 70s, in mid of 70s, gyrotheodolite came. But gyroscope has a limitation that is being used for correlation surveys only. Gyroscope, it is being mounted over the T2 theodolite mainly at that time, and gyroscope gives the true north direction. By its observation, it is a continuous process. When a particle, its rotation almost at the same speed of Earth's rotation by electrical means, and when it is static, surveyor takes the reading both way, easting and westing. And mean of all these, the true north were being determined. So correlation has three aspects. What we transfer while correlating. Number one, bearing, that is direction from north. Number two, the coordinate of that point, x and y. And number three is the vertical control, z axis, level, RL, that means. So, while transforming earlier method prior to gyro theodolite, two wires were being suspended in two, when two shafts is available, or when one single shaft is available, two wires in the single shaft, just to create a vertical plane. And we take that bearing of that plane, which is same in surface as well as in underground. After introducing this gyro theodolite, that system is eliminated. Now, one can easily take the bearing of the reference line at surface by using directly by using gyro theodolite at the surface as well as in the underground. So bearing is transferred correctly. Bearing transfer is more important in correlation survey since any error, even if 1 second error while transferring, it will be a cumulative multiple error. If the mine is driven for 500 meter or 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer, you can easily understand that when it will go, it will be diverging, and at the end of the working, the error will be cumulative. But for XY, for the coordinate, if it is 10 centimeter even, suppose it is an error of 10 centimeter, it will be a constant error, and it will, at the end of the working also, it will be 10 centimeters. So by that way, introducing by gyro theodolite, that is a very high accuracy instrument, the transferring of bearing to underground more accurately was possible. It is still in use. Then, after that gyro theodolite, electronic theodolite came in the field that gives the recording of that angle directly in the field. The recording is in the electronic mode. The target, when sighted, the initial reading and final reading, and also the angle in between, it automatically being recorded in the instrument, and that can be downloaded. At the same time, another instrument came that is known as Distomat. Distomat, I have just told you that measurement of length is always been a tough job due to the reasons I explained. And Distomat, by using Distomat, we can measure the distance directly by, Distomat is mounted over the theodolite, and by emitting the ray from that Distomat, it measures the distance in between the instrument and the target kept at the far station. So that is a good solution came. Later on, in 80s, total station came, electronic total station. In a simple way, I can say that is a combination of electronic theodolite and distomat along with certain software. That software, it's measured in total station, it measures the distance, both horizontal as well as vertical. How it is calculated? Horizontal distance that is being calculated by the software, inbuilt software in the total station. Actually, the raw data, it's actually measured the horizontal slope distance. Slope distance means from the instrument point and the target point. This slope distance is being converted since the instrument is at the same time it is measuring the vertical angle and horizontal angle also. By using that vertical angle, it converted this slope distance to horizontal distance. That way in a high accuracy. This total station also calculates, since while using this total station, a surveyor has to put it on an instrument station and to input are to be given the X, Y, Z coordinate of the instrument station as well as the back station in normal condition, or normally we call it back station, that is the reference point of the other end. That in incorporating all this data of X, Y, Z and name of the instrument, while sighting to the port station, the instrument automatically calculates the XYZ value of the port station. And then instrument is being shifted to the port station, and that's way. In that way, the surveyor captures all the data X, Y, Z, slope distance, horizontal distance, vertical angle, slope angle, and the horizontal angle, and all the data is captured in electronically in the either with USB facilities available with the total station now. Earlier it was in a card inserted in this instrument, and that is being downloaded, and all the data is now with the surveyor, and they can plot any plan, they can make any plan and analysis the data with the software coming with this total stations. Also enable a surveyor to calculate the volume, area, everything. Even while surveying, there is a facility in total station. We can see the area we surveyed, how much length is the length of the traverse, what is the area in square kilometer or square meter we covered. Everything is within the instrument itself. That is total station. Later on, another instrument came, smart station, but that was not very much used in the field. That smart station is a combination of total station with GPS. But now the total stations are also coming. In present time, the total stations are also coming with GPS system. After electronic theodolite, although it was available in 80s, but in our country, particularly in the minds of BCCL and ECL, CCL and Coal India, I mean, it came in late 80s. we started practically in BCCL, we started it in 2000. And still it is a very successful, very useful instrument. Total station is a very useful and successful instrument. Then after that electronic total station and smart station, there is another development in the field, that is TLS. 3D TLS, 3D terrestrial laser scanner. In fact, while working with total station, its accuracy is coming 1 second or less, and least count then 0.1 second to 1 second. It is also available for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but what I mean to say that it is available for 0.1 second accuracy. It is so accurate. But some manual involvement is there. That is holding the target at that far point or acquiring the data. That someone has to keep that target in hand and to go that point and to hold it. Although electronic total stations are also coming with reflectorless mode for a particular distance. But as per our experience, although manufacturers are demanding it that it can measure up to 1000 meters, but in fact in coal fields, it is not being possible. It is hardly measures 200, 300 meters. That is 1000 meters in absolutely free atmosphere, free area, having distinct vision, then only it can. But in our colliery belt, while working in a mine, we cannot use it for more than 300, 400 meter maximum reflectorless mode work. While working in underground with electronic total station, there are some restrictions. Those restrictions are instrument must have to be intrinsically safe to be declared by DGMS. And that has to be tested by scientific institute, and since that has certain battery and also electronic circuit, so that has to be intrinsically safe certificate to be issued by DGMS, then only it can be used in underground. But it is being used in many of the mines. We are also using. We have certain certificate issued by the manufacturer, accepted. And for degree 3 mines, it is not wise to use without any proper intrinsically certification. Then after going again that TLS, 3D TLS, it is a scanner. Basically, it is a scanner, but it can be used simultaneously with electronic total station. For the reference station, for the target fixation, 3D TLS, the total station is being used for traversing, and then on a point, the TLS is being placed. And the entire surface is being scanned. It rotates 360 degrees and 30 degrees from vertical. and lower and upper, both sides. It is having a nice accuracy. You can say that, first of all, I am coming to the range of that TLS. TLS is now coming from 600 meter to 6 kilometer range. It is available in GEM also, and now very recent separate window in GEM for Coal India survey instrument has been given, particularly for Coal India mine. And although the OEMs are claiming that this is 6 kilometer range, this is 4 kilometer range, this is 2 kilometer. Now it is recently I have seen that a 2.5 kilometer range instrument also came. But in fact, a 4,000 meter range instrument can measure maximum up to 1200 to 1300 or 1400 meter. Never more than that. I'm using this word, never more than that, due to the limitations of coal mine scenario. So it is actually CMD, CMPDI has issued a letter, rather a order, where it is found that they have tested it. CMPDI has tested it, and it is due to its physical properties. It cannot measure if it is the OB, if you consider a OB bench, it is always wet, and it is always not reflecting like a good reflector. So always there is, it hardly measures 25 to 30% of its range. It is the maximum capacity TLS has. TLS, other than range and horizontal and vertical ability, it can capture more than 1 lakh point per second. More than 1 lakh point per second, XYZ value of each point of a resolution of 10 centimeters. Means, I just can explain you that at a 10 centimeter mesh grid, it takes data of XYZ data at a rate of 1 lakh points per second. You can imagine that how huge data is being captured, and that is being downloaded and processed with the software provided with this. Preferably, it is available with the instrument itself. It can be handled in the field, but maximum time we prefer it to use along with laptop. It is being connected with the laptop, and from laptop it can be controlled. Now, after TLS, there is another development is ALS, Airborne Laser Scanner. That is drone type. Very recently, some test is being done. Test for just to find out what accuracy ALS is giving in respect to if a stockpile or a mine is measured by TLS or any other instrument, and to compare it with ALS. Another thing in TLS is it is mounted with a high resolution camera, 36 pixels camera, and it captured the still photograph. At the same time, a surveyor can see the data as well as the still photograph of the face of the mine. And now ALS is being introduced. It is being tested by CMPDI at various mines of PCL, CCL, and also ECL. That ALS is having the system, the drone is having the GPS facility and the laser scanner fitted on it. And it captured what is the good thing, even sometimes for TLS survey, we have to shift the instrument at the point itself. But if it is not approachable, even then, ALS solves that problem. We can fly it and we can capture the data. Another development, this is the development came from the instrument side, and apart from that, there is another development that is required, that is digitization of mine plan and its incorporation in CMR. Actually, old plan can be digitized.
Sir, sorry for interruption, sir. Sir, only 5 minutes you have more. So, our guest lecturer already waiting, sir.
Yes, just a minute. I will complete it. So, digitization of mine plan is an important aspect. By using these modern instruments, whatever plans are being generated, that is digitized, already digitized. But the old plan, we need to scan it and to digitize. But the problem is, there is no scope given in CMR for digitized mine plan. That needs to be, because we have to sign the plan physically on every quarter basis by the surveyor and manager. But in digitized plan, certain provisions are to be made. And very out of this development, I would like to suggest one thing to the new managers who are coming to the field is they must also go through the guidelines of measurement, different measurements like yellow book, etc. They must be aware about the thing. So what are the system of measurement to be adopted, whether the surveyors are doing it properly or not. Otherwise, some administrative problems may arise. That's all. Thanks everyone. Once again.
Sir, only one question, sir. Kindly tell only few sentences that what is the present, what is the future of present students who are studying mine surveying and scope of service?
Scope of survey is always there. We can't think that mining can be done without a survey. It is next to impossible. Definitely, some mining engineers are also now opting for survey in other fields, not in Coal India, of course. But I have some friends having the mining diploma. They are working in field of survey because if they have the certificate, survey certificate, they can work. But scope of surveyor is always there. Now, regarding promotions, if this is not a proper platform to tell about. But
No. So, ठीक है sir. Okay, thank you for your good lecturer on development of mine surveying. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I also like to thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Beautiful lecture and very useful lecture.
Thank you very much,
for
sir.
joining us, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm waiting, okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Our next guest lecturer, Dr. Aniruddha Bhattacharya, Assistant Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, NIT Durgapur. Now I am request Sri Tarun Chatterjee to welcome him.
No.
Hello,
Actually, NC Murmu has the slot.
Oh, okay.
Actually, now another slot is there. I think
Let him
this
start.
is signing.
Let him start, Murmu sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good evening to all. Myself, Abhijit Mandal. The next speaker is Dr. Naresh Chandra Murmu. He is the senior principal scientist and head of tribology in CSIR CMERI, and also the dean of ACSIR. Is the fellow of National Academy of Engineering. He received his PhD from IIT BHU. He had published more than 160 papers. Actually, he is the pioneer in the field of tribology, lubricant, surface coating, micro and nano manufacturing, and nano composites. With these few words, I welcome Dr. Murmu and invite as a guest speaker. Please, sir. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
But we cannot see you, sir.
Okay. Just.
Sir, video.
Okay, I will stop sharing. Can you see now?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for Abhijit for inviting to deliver the lecture. I have little bit changed the topic from which I was supposed to do. The reason behind is that because it is evening time, and I thought that talking about the philosophical things may not be appropriate. So I changed little topics, and it is on Industry 4.0. And I will try to link between the two things here. One is how your current skill is going to change, in fact, in the coming days. Can you see the presentation?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I think you have to share your screen.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to give it right now is that it is basically broader view of Industry 4.0. Reason I have chosen because it's not radically different from what I was trying to speak, which is building the mechanical engineers around the buildings. Basically, main idea was here to introduce the things which mechanical engineers should do. So it is a little bit deviation. So let's start. I hope everybody will enjoy the things. If you have any questions, please.
Sir, one suggestion here. You can see that there is a small message there. Team Microsoft is sharing you. There is a hide option. If you hide that, that window will get hidden. Your complete content will be shown.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So Industry 4.0, why does it matter to us, and what exactly it is? That is one of the things I think we are hearing for a long time, and I feel that, but somehow the things is not very clear to us. So what I am trying to give this presentation is the outline of this project, outline of this lecture is the industrial evolutions. Then what is exactly the fourth industrial evolutions? And next is a very important thing is the building blocks of Industry 4.0. And some of the potential industrial product implications, potential customer product implications and impacts of the industries. So these are the aspects we'll be trying to do. And finally, we'll try to see that what is the set of skills is required in the view advent of Industry 4.0, especially for the students. Now let's look at these things. Can you recognize this item, these pictures? It's basically the stone flour mill. So it is a very old, earlier days when you used to grind something. So we basically use this machine. But now let's look at how we have moved. The next, you can see this. This is also one of the important things which is being used for a long time in the UK, especially during the earliest industrial revolutions. That is steam power. Now think is that this is one of the machines. What exactly it is? This is the electric power flour mill. So the same grind machines, if we go back, the same grind machine has been converted into from steam power to the electric power. And what is this? This is basically the advanced automated flour mills. So we are personally, casually moving from these small steps, and the concept of the grinding or flour mills has been changed from stone and hammer kind of things to these advanced automated systems. So this is what the industry 4.0 that we are advancing. We do care for the connected systems, and that is what we will be discussing today. Now, what is how the industrial evolution has taken place? If you look at this thing here, in first industrial revolutions, it was basically happened in and around the water power and steam power. And that is considered as the industrial revolutions. It has mostly happened in and around the UK. End of this 18th century, it was a thing. Then second industrial revolutions came with the engines, steam engines. Then came the industrial revolutions, beginning of 17th century with the ITs, electronics. Now we are maybe the gap of 40 to 50 years. Now we are going ahead to the industrial 4.0, the fourth industrial revolutions. It is basically talking about the cyber physical systems. We'll come at that. So you can see the level of complexity, which was initially very raw levels, that has been come to the very high level right now. So complexities has increased. Now phases which I have already shared, major things, if you see the other phases, it is basically the mechanical productions, railway steam engines. Then second came this mass production, electricity and assembly line. If you can remember this Ford, when Ford came up with this first vehicle, cost was very, very, very high. And it was during that time it was decided, he was brought a concept called the assembly lines. That has brought down the cost of this product. So this concept has come during these times and it is well matured. And the third came, of course, computers, semiconductor, mainframe, and personal computers. Many of you who are little younger may not be knowing that when we used to do the computers in early days, at the late 80s, it is basically that time of punch cards and other things was there. So not that sophisticated as you can see it here. So with the advent of these things, now let's look at what exactly Industry 4.0 and how we are going to talk about the vision of the smart factory. Now factory, we are already known, it is having the assembly lines and everything. So what it differs from this existing assembly lines are that it is added the Internet of Things, which we are already familiar, then cyber physical systems and communicate. Now, what is different what are the essential component of building blocks is that one is the building blocks is digital revolutions, smaller and powerful sensors, machine learning, then internet, artificial intelligence, and of course, which results the lower labor and energy cost. So all are around this, all in around the reducing the cost competitiveness, energy savings, and also the overall quality, improved quality. That is all income. If you remember, this has been taken leadership role at Germany and most of this industry right now at Germany is basically industry for compliant. Although there is many things has to be done yet in Germany as well. So India is also catching up. So I thought that may be the reason. Now let's look at these things which we are looking for at even this is a part of basically one of the projects. We are thinking this is the overall things part of the factory of the futures. Factory of futures, unlike the current future, there is a concept is a fully robotic systems. We are not looking at the full robotic systems. We can see it here. One industrial reality, augmented reality is there. To the same time, there is a IoT sensor and also there is a robot. So we'll be working together with the robot and the human. They call it the collaborative robots. And this is something is a new things we are looking at these things. And then another important thing is called predictive machine analytics, then blockchains, supply chains related, then wearables, things like then unmanned trucks, and these are the full concept of the future machines. All you can see it here, they're like Amazon and many other I'll discuss it later, but they have implemented and how they get body benefited out of it. Like Industry 4, there is a different name. Industry 4 is basically named around Germany. So Industry Society 5.0 is Japan. They gone little ahead and incorporated, which is called the environment aspect of that. China made it the made in China, and USA, of course, industry consortiums. So smart factory is basically leap forward from the more traditional automation to fully connected and flexible manufacturing system. That is the whole nut of this essence of this full factory experience. Like if you very crude way, you can see that if there is a production line, if you want to change the system, if new product has to be manufactured, so that cannot be done in currently automated systems. And a smart manufacturing or smart factory is basically, it is adaptable, flexible. It can accommodate different batch size, different product at the same places. That is all about the Industry 4. Now I am giving some information related to the definitions because I think majority of you have the students are great numbers. So cyber physical system is basically we are talking. It is basically the interconnection, managing the interconnection between the physical asset and computational capability, like calculating software to the hardcore robot machines. So it is basically cyber physical system. And this cyber physical systems is one of the major things along with the machine learning and deep learning, whatever many people talk about. It's basically artificial intelligence. So there's many things we have discussed interchangeably. So this is the things we are looking for. And then, of course, sensor and network machines resulted in the big data. This is one of the important things. Then CPS can be further developed managing big data. And these the self-adaptive intelligent goals. That is essentially things. For instance, I'm looking that one of our institute and industry has gross value can be boosted by cumulative €216 by introducing 4.0. This is 267 billion euros. So this is a kind of benefit or profit. Of course, there is some apprehensions like when I last presented that is it going to job loss or something which is not going to happen. In fact, it will create some more jobs. So this is something also need to be changed. Now, why these things are happening? Think about this product like iPhone, iPad, Kindle, 4G, Uber, Airbnb, Android. All these things was there. But if you see the Android, Podcast, Instagram, Snapchat, WhatsApp, all these things has come and already in the part and parcel of this life. Especially WhatsApp, many people are already aware. Now, generally, how to reach to million customers? How they reach? Like, let's think about the very old telephone, Graham Bells. That took 75 years to reach to the people. Wave 7 years after disclosure. Facebook 4 years. Instagram 2 years. Pokemon G, of course, many very familiar things. It took 1 month to reach in the market. So things that how the customer time to reach the customers, million customers, has reduced. So that is the beauty of this internet and connection. Now the cyber physical systems, one way, like if I go to the basic structures, it is a one way computations, communication and control. And this is the basics part of this whole objective. Now carefully look at this, how the current factory works. Today's factories, rigidly sequenced car manufacturing, how it is happening. See, one workstations are there. There is first, like, let's say a car is there. In car, you have somebody is putting the frame here, then somebody is putting the other accessories, then other accessories, then let's put there putting this some kind of wheels, and then finally it is being stacked and producing the car. But let's see how it is different from the current systems. Let's look. There is a workstation A, workstation X, workstation A. It is not necessary that it has to move in this direction. So it can move this direction to this direction, then this direction, and then come back to here. So it is flexible. It's like tomorrow it requires from X to T, then directly here. So it is possible. So this is where the decoupled system. So it is, if you go back and see here, it is fully the coupled systems, sequentials and coupled systems. And here it is a decoupled systems and fully flexible, highly integrated manufacturing systems. And because of these things, we are able to make the different batch size. We can change the product line, introduce the new product line within a very short time. That is the beauty, and that is the talking about the smart factories, and it is all about the Industry 4.0. Now, let's look at this some technologies part, which is 6 design principle, which we are generally look at it, is that one is interoperability. So thing is that when humans, ability of cyber physical systems, especially the humans and the smart factory, to connect and communicate each other. It's not like a one machine. Suppose there is one machine, that machine should talk to other machines and keep the history. Then second is a visualization. What is happening in the factory, that should be visualized in control room. And decentralization. Instead of the centralized, it should be decentralized, and that can be 1 or 2 machine sequence, as I've shown it here. It can be, sequencing can be done in a different way as demand, situation demand. The real-time capability, that it should be always collect the data and analyze, and so that predictive analytics, if there is any kind of machine's failure or potential to have failure. So we are talking about the diagnosis and prognosis. So both can be done here. Then service orientation is the thing, and modularity, of course, that is one of the major things. So this is the 6th principle. Now, as we talk building block, now we are coming back and summarize to see that what are the things. Like one is autonomous robot, because these are the technologies we need to think and we need to work out. So one is the autonomous robot. Then big data analytics is one of the things. Then augmented reality. Augmented reality is basically the things which is related to digital twin. Okay, I'll come a little later to that. Then additive manufacturing one is cyber security is the other things we need to work. The Internet of Things. Here is not Internet of Things, this should be industrial Internet of Things. Then horizontal and vertical integrations and simulations. These are the few building blocks, and it is where the research and all these things has to be focused to make it the affordable Industry 4.0 implements in all of the industries. Now how it is going to impact the all aspect of value chains. These are the diagrams. You can see how it can reduce the design cycle time, customer relations. So you can asset management also will be easier, manufacturing operation management, industrial control system, everything's. If you look at the impacting the all aspect of the materials, everything's including. So I'm only concentrating the manufacturing part. So I'm not including the supply chain and management part, which is also eventually be integrated in the system, but I've not discussed it here. So this is essentially the things which is required. Now let's say the digital enterprise. So what is happening digital enterprise to make it little easier for many of you is that design, mechanical design, production planning, production engineering, production service, and then come the real time. So what is the called product design? Product designs, we are looking at the simulations. Then it comes the product cycle management, which is called the PML. And then comes to the manufacturing execution systems and totally integrated automations and lifecycle and data-driven service. So altogether, things entire value chain is digitally integrated, and this is what is going to happen if full systems have been changed, full system been adopted in that. So what are the potential implications? Robot-assisted production, predictive maintenance, additive manufacturing complex part, machines as a service, big data and quality control, and production line simulation and smart factory. So these are the robot-assisted productions is something which is already known. Predictive and maintenance, many of you are already aware. The additive manufacturing is a catching up terms which like a printing, we see these things in print, like we have document or we have pictures and that you can see the printing paper. Similarly, additive is looking about the 3D metals can be printed from the drawing. Then big data is basically collections of the data so that the total machine can be maintained, quality can be improved. If the deviation can be captured, trend can be captured. Big data along with the AI, although I mentioned AI is one of the things which require production and simulations, and these are the potential implications of that. Now, if you think how it's going to impact the Amazon, if you see 2013, the number of robots working, and now you can think how much robots are working. And that is why the Amazon is able to give so efficient service, especially in warehouse. Now, question is that how we are going to implement the Industry 4.0. Defined from the today's factory. Now, this is the technical things. You can look at this component. The data source is the basically sensor. And now I'm trying to see that how these things are different from the today's factory to the Industry 4. So what we think, we put the sensor. As of now, we are also putting the sensor right now. So what we are trying to see how precision is the machine, product or machines are being performing. But now you are talking about the smart sensor and fault detection sensors are there already in some of the advanced machines. But what we are looking at the Industry 4 is that self-awareness. The machine should understand where it stands and self-predict. And down the line, down the 2 weeks or months later, what be their state of start. So what are the things we are looking at this technically? Degradation monitoring and remaining useful life prediction. These are the two things which is little different from the today's, like we are measuring sensors, measuring these parameters and standing, saying some kind of binary, yes or no, good or bad, but it is not so. So you have to see the how degradation happening and then how the useful life will be remaining. Now the machine similarly controller is already there. What we are doing to this factory, producibility and performance. And what is the technology? Condition-based monitoring and diagnostic. Now look at this here. Here self-power and self-predict and uptime with predictive health monitoring. Here it is one added term, and that is why the AI and big data, and machine learning, all these things come to the picture. Now look at this production system. It is a network system which is already there, productivity. But here, what is the thing? Lean operation, work and waste reduction is one of the criteria. Technologies we look at here. Here we look at self-configuration, self-maintained, self-organized. So what is making the thing technology? Ori-free productivity. So many human intervention will be quite less. All the case of the repetitive things and where it is need to be monitored for the longer durations. So this is the things, essence of the total Industry 4.0 in our case. Now this is the architectures. Now I'm looking little different from this year. So we are configuration the self-configured to resilient, self-adjust to variations, self-optimized to disturbance. These are the things actually we are need to look because we are also trying to do this thing for the foundry industries. So this is the things we are looking at. And condition cognition level, integrated simulation synthesis, remote visualization of human, and collaborative diagnostics and decision making. Then cyber physical PN system for component machine, time machine for variable, and clustering of similar data mining kind of things. Then of course data smart analytics, it is for computer health, multi-level, and finally the plug and play Ethernet communication and sensor. This is the total overall architectures. They need to be functional level. We have to look at this, and this is the attributes we will be going for that. These are the time machines. Of course, I will skip it here. I think we will be coming to the end of these things. And this is the simple flow to explain the things like adaptive, already told. Like for bearings, many people are familiar, bearing twins, then bearing. So this is basically a time machine record will be there, like vibrations, signals. It could be the temperature, it can be current sensor, current information. That we try to see, and adaptive health assessment will be there. Then cognitive machine component quality and condition check. This is a quality monitoring should be there. And then configuration up to quality requirement efficiency. This will be self-optimized. And of course, after self-optimized based on the health conditions, and especially after the prognosis, the things will be predicted that way. And then conversions, all this data, especially the vibration, speed, and all data, and together, all these things will be connected to local server to the computer to overall analysis. And this is just for flow data information for helping. How to implement, I'm a little bit avoiding because I've already told. Now I'm directly coming to some of the example where things has gone very significant. Like German manufacturing giant Siemens, as you or many of us are, the industrial user is implementing 4.0 solution in medical, and for years. So this you can see the artificial knee and hip joint are standardized. The engineers now software steering solutions Siemens able to produce the implement within 3 to 4 hours. You can look at the time, which was more than a day, they have reduced to the 3 to 4 hours. So for the like artificial knee and hip joints, fact is that they can look at the customized things, customized artificial knee and hip joints especially, because there is some customized on the other side when there is a bone and joints interface, bone and metal interface. So this is the one of the good successful things. The Trump, one of these leader in the laser system, they put the smart systems. And now because the production and facility already capable to communicate, the production option is automatically optimized. So this is one of the example. Then G is also able to reduce this increase the productivity, and of course G overall level of performance there improve. Now, why this Industry 4 we are talking? I'm just coming back again basics. So this is the Philips lighting bulbs. There is a situation when we used to take the switch and switch on and off, but now we are using the smart app, smartphone to switch on off, dimming the light. Everything we can do by using these systems. So this is what we are trying to do for the case of the factory. Similarly, this is one of the product to measure the glucose. Now it is connected to the smartphones and display device, and it always gives the alert. It will collecting continuous data and give the trend. Similarly, this is one of the sportswear shirt. Basically, they measure this intensity, heart rate, and other wearable data mobile device, and then keep the history. Similarly, you can see this for badminton. They keep all the data for this analyzing for ball speed, spin, impact, and all these things for the analysis purpose. So this is the example of Connect. So since all these devices are very known to everybody, but the thing is this now it has been connected in this part for to get further information. This is what exactly we are doing for the smart factories as well. So this is the impact and the growing, of course, the advantage is the growth, aging, productivity, labor substitutions, and nature of activity. But again, labor substitution, I'm talking for the kind of work. But this will create another kind of work for this job quality. So I'm just putting up these things. Now I'm coming to the Indian industries. So to how small things are going to help many simple things. So this is one of the part of the peak life and boosting productivity things. So it is basically manual things was there, and that is to take a lot of time. But simple just using the peak the light providing solutions, they have increased the productivity. So I'm skipping that again. I'm coming to again overall some of these little automations. It is not fully connected, but I can just to give the feeling that how the automations can help. This is one of the German collaboration studies was there. A simple, they have the mechanism to monitor overall efficiency, and by using the solution, the IoT-based solution they have introduced, and basically by using this low-cost device 10,000, this company has improved the productivity by 50%.
So sorry, sir. Sorry for interrupt. Next speaker is waiting.
Okay, this is last slide.
Okay.
So this is the another example of that, which is improve the things. This is the another example by using LED. So what is the top skills required? As you can see it here. So this is the change of the top skills from here to here. This is for complex thinking to this part. So this is probably now you have to think for the instead of the coordination with these others and management has replaced this skill. So I think this is the last slide, and thank you for patiently listening.
Sir, thank you for this lecture. We have a little idea about the 4.0 industrial revolution and the relevance in the modern scenario. And we have adopted to this 4.0 in industrial revolution in near future. Some of the question coming up, sir, could you hear me?
Yes.
One of us question, could you please touch upon the dark plant or light out manufacturing?
Pardon?
Dark plant or light out manufacturing.
Light out, I'm also not familiar. Light out manufacturing, I'm not very familiar with that. Okay. I'm also hearing first time.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being us.
Hello.
Okay. I handed over to Turunda. Turunda.
Am I audible?
Yeah. I am here.
Oh, okay. Since
am I audible?
Yeah, just 1 minute. 1 minute since I raised this question to Dr. Murmu. Basically, in the interest of the students that you were addressing, you were referring to two examples, one with Siemens and the other with Philips, right? So as we speak, Philips is running a plant which does not have any light, which means throughout 24 hours it runs even without any light. That means there is no human being who is working in the plant because it is only human being who will need light to work on, right? Robots will not need light, right? So that light out manufacturing or dark plant is from that context, and Philips and Siemens both have two pilot plants running at this point of time. Yeah.
Okay. No, okay, that is okay. That is the fully automated system basically, and what we are talking it is a little bit collaborative systems will be there. It's not fully automated system. Industry 4 doesn't actually, it's looking the separate domain, not from that particular domain. When there is a people and robot will work together. So that is the different things. And what we are talking is a fully automated fixed assembly lines.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir. One of our student question that what is the future of mechanical engineering in this aspect? Mr. Akash question that what is the future of mechanical engineering in this aspect?
That is future mechanical engineering. See, without at the end you require the robot. Robots, let's say the robot is one of the important things, and now we are talking about the cobot as collaborative robot. So if you think about the collaborative robot, they call it the variable impedance. That all these variable impedance and all these things, which actually cannot be done by using the normal electronics. So you require the complicated functions, complicated mechanical engineering design knowledge. So what is happening? That's why last slide I was trying to do so that now thing is that you have to look at this some kind of flexibility and critical thinking. So all this area you have to link. So mechanical engineering, only thing that you have changing from the current area of work little bit, but core mechanical engineering like mechanisms, the compliant mechanisms, if you are familiar, compliant mechanisms are already is something which is required very much. You are designing some cobot. So your future is going to, only thing is that you have to align with the little core mechanical engineering activity, like for the high intense design, there is a reliability based designs are there, then the design of compliant mechanisms. That is going to be very useful things in coming future. Of course, other things will remain as usual.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will hand it over the Tarunda. Please.
Thank you, Abhijit. Good evening to all. Myself, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Myself, Tarun Kumar Chatterjee, passed out in the year 1991 from Asansol Polytechnic, and now I am working as Deputy Manager Mining in Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. It's my great pleasure that the Asansol Polytechnic Alumni Reunion team has given myself such opportunity to... Is there any problem?
No, continue.
To host this session. I am really thankful to all of the team. Nowadays, we are searching for an alternate source of energy other than conventional source of which will drive the whole world in future. Regarding this aspect, electric vehicle is the latest invention, which may be a substitute of petrol and diesel vehicle. Today in this session, our topic is few important aspects of electric vehicle charging infrastructure installation. Now I want to introduce Mr. Aniruddha Bhattacharya sir, who is guest speaker in this session and enlighten us on this topic. Mr. Aniruddha Bhattacharya sir passed Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical Engineering with distinction from Regional Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur, now known as NIT Jamshedpur. He completed Master of Engineering degree from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and obtained PhD degree also from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. At present, he is in NIT Durgapur as Assistant Professor of Electrical Engineering Department. Now, I request to Mr. Aniruddha Bhattacharya sir, please to give his view on today's topic. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Okay, sir. It's my privilege to get an option or opportunity to deliver a lecture on the topic on electric vehicle and its some important aspects regarding the installation of the charging station in Indian environment. And before starting the lecture, I will thank the organizing committee. Already many respected, experienced members have delivered their lectures, and also those lectures were very much enlightening. Even I have also learned many things from their lectures. So whatever knowledge so far I have gathered regarding the electric vehicle and its charging station installation, I will try to deliver it within the stipulated duration of time. Due to the poor internet connectivity in my area, I will keep my video switch off, sir. Please pardon me for that one. So electric vehicle charging station, if we think actually, so in that case, before understanding the electric vehicle charging station and all those things, first of all, we will have to understand that what is electric vehicle. And once we will be able to understand what is electric vehicle, then only we will think about the charging station and other infrastructure required for this. As I was listening many lectures from the respected persons previously who have delivered it, they were enlightening or highlighting actually what are the opportunities are there in order to in this particular area, related to their field. So I will also try to highlight some opportunities which are available actually related to the electric vehicle charging station installation for different branches of engineering. So what is EV? Electric vehicle means it will run by the electricity, and since it is a moving vehicle, it is not like a tram that or a train that a continuous electrical connection, direct connection will be there. Rather wireless, it will work. Now, if it requires to work in a wireless mode, what is required is that we require some energy sources, vehicle, or surrounding the vehicle, the road in which the vehicle is moving, it should have some source which can transfer the power in a wireless mode. Both are possible. But in Indian environment, if we think actually, so in that case, definitely wireless connectivity is not possible because Indian roads condition we are aware of. So in Indian perspective, if we think about the electric vehicles, all are based on the batteries. And as we are purchasing a car or a four-wheeler or a two-wheeler, we require to travel with that particular vehicle for a long distance, definitely. So mileage is also a very important thing which we will have to think. But how we will get the mileage? How shall I be able to travel a long distance with an electrical vehicle? That will only be possible if the energy source is having sufficient capacity to deliver that power. So the battery size should be increased. Without high battery size, it will not be possible to get the long range. But why we are thinking about the electric vehicles? As we know, nowadays everyone is very much worried about the global warming, carbon emissions, and temperature rise throughout the world. We are continuously listening in the different news channels. By 2050, many parts of our country will go under the water. Many cities may not be available in the world during 2050 world map. So all these are happening due to global warming. So to reduce the global warming, we need to reduce the carbon emission. And in order to reduce the carbon emission, it is very much important for us to go for an alternative energy, as our moderator sir has already highlighted that. So normal conventional vehicles, if we think, petrol-based, diesel-based, or CNG-based, or LPG-based, all vehicles requires the burning of the fuels, as a result of which definitely carbon emission will be there. So if we need to reduce the carbon emission, definitely we will have to go for some alternative source of energy, which will be able to drive the vehicle. So for this reason, we are coming to the concept of electric vehicle, where using the electricity, we will try to drive the vehicle. So for this purpose, what is required actually in the electric vehicle, that we will have to understand. If we see the electric vehicle structure, so in that case, we can see where the motors and other things are there in this portion. Then after that, we have the power electronics drives, which will be responsible for driving that particular motor. So these are known as part of the drives. For the temporary power source availability, we can use a solar PV cells also, but their output will not be sufficient to drive the cars. We require definitely battery. So battery packs are available at the bottom normally. So between the battery and the motor, we require the electrical connections, and this type of cables are there. So electric vehicles, this is the generalized architecture. Now, what are the challenges we are facing to bring the EV into the Indian market, as well as in the abroad also? We are going through certain type of challenges. What are those? Some is as I have already said, the range. Once we will charge the battery, how much distance we will be able to cover out of it. That is very important. And moreover, once the battery will be discharged, we need to charge it again. So we require some charging infrastructure. And once we are thinking about the charging infrastructure, only the charging infrastructure are not sufficient enough. Why? Because the battery capacity we are gradually increasing to get the higher mileage. But once the battery capacity will increase, we require more time to charge the battery also. So charging time will also increase. Nowadays, we are habituated to go to the fueling station. We spend hardly 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes to reload our fuel in our vehicle. But if we think about the electric vehicle, if we go to the charging station and my battery capacity is too high, it will take a long time to charge. So how much patience we will be able to keep for this purpose? So this is a great challenge. Moreover, from electrical engineering point of view, I must say, as this charging station will be connected to the electrical utility, and as the battery capacities are increasing, and we will try to charge the vehicle in a short time, so our rating of the charging station needs to be increased. And these high capacity charging stations, when will be connected to the electrical distribution system, definitely it will be more stressed. Voltage stability issues, voltage deviation issues, power loss, energy loss, overloading of the distribution conductors, all these situations can arise. Now, where exactly in the power system the electric vehicles are located? It is, if you see, these are the generating stations, then after that transmission lines are there, then after that your distribution networks are there, city distribution, within that our charging stations are there. If it is a highway based charging, it will be in the primary distribution system, and if it is a home based charging, then it will be in the secondary distribution system. So we need to develop the charging infrastructure in a proper manner in order to get that facility. Now, in Indian perspective, if we see what are the vehicles are still now available. Tata Nexon, you see the capacity of the battery, 13.2 kilowatt hour. Tata Tiger, 21.5. MG has recently launched EV, that is 44.5 kilowatt, much higher rating. And Hyundai is having 39.2 and Mahindra is 21.2. So as the battery rating will be less, mileage will be less. As the battery capacity will increase, the mileage will be more. But for higher battery capacity, vehicle will require a dedicated high capacity charging station for that one. Buses capacities are more higher. And from the foreign perspective, if we see, Tesla is the reputed company, Nissan Leaf is there, BMW is there, Mercedes is there for the bus, and BYD is also there. Their capacities are definitely higher. So from the battery technology point of view, Indian manufacturers are still having the opportunity to improve their capacity. So those people who are doing the research in the battery technology, they are having the huge opportunity to indulge in such type of research, such type of manufacturing and innovation, so that in Indian perspective also we can increase the battery capacity. But battery capacity, if we want to rise, at the same time, what will happen is that cost of the battery will increase. If we see actually the total cost of an electric vehicle, it is too high nowadays. This is only due to the high cost of the battery. So not only we will try to develop high capacity battery, we should also try to develop a low cost battery as well. So for this reason, we are finding still now we have not gone fully on the battery electric vehicle. In the foreign countries also, we have hybrid electric vehicle as well as plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, PHEV. We are not fully dependent on the battery. Next, charging levels. As per Government of India standard, we have SADEMO. It is a DC charging, fast charging. Maximum capacity is 50 kilowatt. Charging is 50 kilowatt. And slow charging, if we see, Bharat DC 001 and AC 01 is there. Their capacities are much higher than the normal one. Next is the rating of the corresponding different types of charger are mentioned over here. So if we compare actually the different types of international charger options which are available. Sorry. So for this reason, we can see the USA is having low voltage charging system as well as the high voltage charging system also. And they have divided the total charging options into level 1, level 2 and level 3. Level 3 is the fast chargers, level 1 and level 2 are the slow chargers. Now, if we see how much hour do we require to charge our vehicle with such type of chargers, you see at least you will find more than hours you are getting to get your vehicle fully charged, not within the minutes. So battery capacities increment is not only the solution. We need to reduce the charging time. So for this reason, if we think about the Indian scenario, even though we are able to charge our vehicles in minutes, but as I have already said, our battery capacities are less. That's why we are able to charge it in minutes. But if the battery capacity needs to increase, then the charging rate will definitely, charging time will again increase. Now, electric vehicle, we are so far thinking that battery is working as an energy source and we are consuming the energy. And we need to charge the vehicle. So electrical point of view, electric vehicle charging is nothing but acting as a load on the power system. But it is not a scenario. In foreign countries already, the vehicles, when they are going to a parking lot, suppose I'm going to my office and I will be in office for 8 hours. My vehicle is fully charged. I will park it in the parking lot where I still have the option to sell the energy which is available in my vehicle, which is known as we will transfer the power from vehicle to grid. If we charge our vehicle, we are taking power from the grid to vehicle, so G to V. And if we sell our power energy from the battery into the grid, it is known as V to G mode of operation. So both these options are there available with the users. Even though in India, these options are not available, but in the foreign countries, these have already come. We are expecting in India also future, these options will come. So this will promote the bringing of the electric vehicle technology in India because the consumers are having option to earn a bit more. Now, as we are introducing this type of batteries, this type of charging stations, so definitely the overloading will be there in the Indian scenario. From the survey based on 2016, in our Indian roads, we have 5,75 lakhs of vehicles. And normal buses is 1,70,000. If we convert them into electric vehicle, our total increment in the load, you see, it will be too high. So for this reason, it is very important for us to think on those issues. So for this reason, we will have to think that we will have to install the charging station in the optimum manner so that few issues of the related to the power system can be taken care of. What are those issues? Power loss, minimization. We need to install the charging station in the distribution system so that power loss will be minimum. Voltage deviation should be minimum. The line conductor should not be overloaded. And scheduling of the charging. That means when the vehicle will go for a G2V mode and when it will go for a V2G mode. That is also very important. But if we want to install the charging station based on the electrical point of view only, then it may happen that we will come to a solution that we are installing a charging station in a remote place from a crowded area where the density of the vehicles are too high. So that is not at all desirable because the vehicle in that case, vehicle required to move a long distance before starting the charging. So it will lose the energy to reach to the charging station. So for this reason, it is very important to allocate the charging station in a particular area, considering not only the power network, but also the traffic network. So these things we should take care of. Now, what we need to take care of apart from this is that where we want to install the charging station, if it is a very crowded area, populated area, the land cost will be too high. So the owner of the charging station require large investment. So it is also a cost-based solution. So we also take care of these issues that we should make a compromise between the power network, traffic network, and the location cost also to make the problem formulation much more complicated, even though. But this multi-objective formulation, if we can solve, we can come to a solution with a location which will be a compromised location for all of us. So, in order to install the charging station, we should also take care of current limit constant. Thermal overloading should not be there. Power balance should be there. And the voltage limit should be maintained at each node. Normally 0.95 per unit to 1.05 per unit voltage requirement is there. So we should maintain that voltage level under overloaded condition of the charging station as well. So in that way, we need to incorporate the traffic network. These are the roads actually, as well as these are the single lines at the electrical network. So we need to divide the total network into different locations, because if we install the charging station with such type of objectives, what I have said, it may give us a solution where consecutive charging stations are being installed. Suppose here we want to minimize a power loss. So maybe continuously power charging station will be installed close to the source substation because current flow will be minimum. But if we incorporate such type of zone constraint that each populated area should have a charging station, then we may come with a solution which are a compromised solution, but will be useful for the users, owners of the charging station, as well as the electrical utilities. Both will be benefited out of it. Apart from this, nowadays we are very much aware of the Internet of Things. We are habituated, famous with the, we are very much familiar with the smartphones. So mobile apps are very important. So even if you just see in the internet, all the electric vehicles which are running in the foreign countries, they have a dedicated app. All vehicles can instantaneously search where exactly the nearest such charging stations are there, whether they are occupied or they are vacant. Vacant slots are there. This type of information communications are there between the vehicle and the charging station owner and the electrical utility. Now, the hackers are trying to take these opportunities. They are trying to incorporate some bad data into the system so that the EV user will see a charging station is vacant, but originally it is not vacant. When it will reach to the charging station, it will see the charging station is occupied. So it's a harassment for him. Then the charging station electrical utility will see from the remote end that the charging stations are not loaded, but actually they are overloaded. So the communication channel which is there between the electrical utility and the charging stations, these are being hacked by the hackers. They will incorporate the bad data. As a result of denial of service attack can happen. And if the electrical utility will see the charging stations are vacant, originally they are overloaded, they may think that our systems still have the capacity to handle the extra load. So they will, the moment they will switch on the extra loads, so the under frequency can happen. And actually it will not be able to, the utility people will not be able to see the under voltage, but original system is under voltage. So under frequency, sorry. As a result of this under frequency, or that blackout of the grid can also happen. So we should be very much careful about it. So the computer science people are having a great opportunity to do the research and to incorporate the trusty apps to ensure the security, cyber security into the system. So that software companies are working on it. So they have the huge opportunities. And as I have mainly covered the electrical portions, so the electrical people who are working in the utility ends, they are having the huge task to be performed. People who are in the planning commission, plannings, they have all the things to be done. Moreover, the electric vehicles is a totally paradigm shift from the mechanically operated vehicles. So the mechanical people are having the options to design the motors and the other driving circuits also. So all the mechanical, metallurgical, chemical, electrical, computer science, IT people have the opportunity, huge opportunity, as well as the businessmen to install the charging station in their areas, in their cities, to earn some additional revenue. They also have the opportunities. So our opportunities are too high. Only the threat is that we will have to be very much careful, and we will have to be very much dedicated to bring the electric vehicle in our future Indian roads. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience to hear my lecture.
Thank you, sir. It was a very valuable speech and become fruitful for our students as well as for all. Now, there are a few questions, sir, regarding this topic. May I ask you, sir?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Although you have covered from the all corners, but 2 or 3 questions, sir. Number 1, what are the industries which will get benefit for this new technology?
Yes, sir, definitely. So, as I have said, yes, sir. So, as I have said, yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So, the thing is that just if we start from the last slide, so the IT industries, software industries, they have huge task nowadays to cover the charging station, our electrical utilities from this type of hacking. Last year, the Mumbai network, electrical network was hacked, and a blackout happened in a large portion of the Mumbai electrical network. So the hackers are nowadays targeting on the electrical networks. So the computer science IT peoples, they have lots of work to ensure the cyber security so that the cyber threats should not come. Moreover, the new technology has come, blockchain management. So blockchain management has huge role to stop the cyber attack. So those who are doing the research, those industries which are working on the blockchain management related resources, they have the huge opportunity related to the cyber security. Our automobile industries are having the huge task ahead because they were purely either petrol, diesel or CNG based. Now they will have to cover it, transform it to the electric one. Gradually Tata has come, Mahindra has come, Maruti is also trying to come. But the main threat is that the foreign companies, as far I have come to know, Tesla is going to launch the electric vehicle in India soon. Once the foreign companies will come, they have the developed technology already in the other countries. So it will be very easy for them to take the Indian market. But in our Indian manufacturer, we'll have to drive a lot to take this market opportunity. So the marketing people who are associated with the automobile sectors and the automobile sectors have the huge opportunity. Electrical companies who are erecting the nowadays in the construction like L&T and many other companies, they have the huge infrastructure development activities nowadays. Moreover, I have only covered that we will take the power from the utility and we will deliver it to electric vehicle. No, this is not the work. Because if we take the power from the electrical utility, in India, majority of the power comes from the thermal power plants only, coal-based. So already carbon emissions are taking place. So how we are reducing the carbon emission? We are not at all reducing, even though we are bringing the electric vehicle. So we will have to go for the alternative source of energy like PV-based, wind-based power generation. So those companies who are manufacturing the PV cells, who are installing the PV generating stations, they have the huge opportunities. And moreover, PV cell development, so nanotechnology and other technologies have the developed huge opportunity. Battery technology, chemical, metallurgy people have the opportunities, and mechanical people always have the opportunity in the automobile sectors. As far I know, these are the few, many others are always there, sir.
Thank you, sir. There are time restrictions. We are thankful to you for spending such valuable time with us. We hope that your hearty cooperation will also be available in future, sir.
তরুণদা একটা রাইজ হ্যান্ড আছে, দেখো একটা রাইজ হ্যান্ড আছে, চেক করো। কিছু বলতে চাই।
হাত উঠিয়ে দেখো।
Let him speak. Let him speak.
একটা কোশ্চেন আছে দেখো চ্যাট বক্সে, আর একটা রাইজ হ্যান্ড আছে, কিছু বলতে চাই মনতোষ বলে কেউ।
এ চ্যাট বক্সে আমার ডাউনলোড হচ্ছে না, দেখাচ্ছে না চ্যাট বক্স খুললে।
মনতোষ কবি হাত উঠিয়েছে।
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. It was really a very wonderful insight, and we got to learn a lot many things from you, which are going to be extremely and exceedingly relevant going forward. So thank you for that. Now, because I have access to the chat box, being an organizer, so let me take the opportunity of reading out the query to you, relay it to you basically. So the question is, why not solar energy support the electric vehicle during the long journey after charging? So I think they are talking about a little more integrated approach, where it's not just the battery, but also while the car is on the way, it can generate electricity from the solar energy, and both of them may work. So that's, I think, the question is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, so far in India, as far I know, maybe other can be available, but the thing is that a single PV panel, if we see, its rating is maximum 370 watt, or that is also peak, 370 watt peak under ideal and the standard irradiance condition. Now, irradiance will change as you will move your direction of travel.
Correct.
So the angle of incidence of the solar lights on the panel will be less. So definitely we will not get even 370 watt out of it. Now, as you have seen, our battery capacities needs to be increased 45 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt, even 60, 70 kilowatt.
Correct.
How much the PV cell will be able to contribute to that? And if you see the size of the PV cell, a single PV cell itself will take the normal passenger vehicle, which family car, if we think, the whole rooftop it will take. So definitely we will not be able to get it. Moreover, this solar panel is having some weight. So as the weight will increase, the vehicle weight overall weight will increase.
Correct.
And as a result, the fuel economy will again reduce. So it will be like a rat race actually, even though we will try to develop bringing some technology, whether that will be wise to bring it or not, that is a questionable and matter of research. So far it is not a successful, definitely it may be successful in other way in future. But in abroad, we have some dedicated corridor where if the vehicle will move through that road, automatically it will get charged by a certain extent through the wireless mode of charging. So wireless charging options are there. That much is available, sir.
Thank you very much. So for now, it is a sci-fi story. It is a science fiction. Maybe in future it might mature to that extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
It's over to Nilanjan, next moderator for civil faculty.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Tarunda. Thank you very much, Dr. Aniruddha.
We also have a raised hand.
Oh, another one?
We also have a raised hand.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
I can't identify who he is. Let him speak.
Monotos Chakraborty.
Monotos Chakraborty, just a minute. Let me find him here.
An attendee.
Let Monotos speak. Monotos, you can speak.
No, we have to make him a participant so that he would be able to speak.
Okay.
So I'll have to.
Okay. Go. Go ahead. Both.
So Monotos Chakraborty means our Monotos da, right? So yeah, Partho Sarathi Chand has something. Yeah, Partho Sarathi Chand, I guess, right?
He is also, I think.
So I am making a.
He is on hold.
Okay, he is on hold. Okay. Now Monotos da. Okay, Monotos da. Just a minute.
Please stand now.
Please excuse me.
Nobody here. Niluda, carry on. Nobody
yes,
here.
yes. Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
So thank you very much. I'm taking the spotlight out, and if you may kindly unchair, then okay. So namaskar, Mr. Rajiv Ganeriwala, Managing Director of Maheshwari, Mining Private Limited. Yeah, you are in the frame. I am bringing you to spotlight, Mr. Rajiv. Namaskar. Thank you for joining in.
Unmute yourself, sir.
I think you have to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Now it's unmuted.
Yeah.
Now you're able to hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty clear. Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute. There are lots of tube light systems. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Good evening, all.
Good
evening. It must have been a very hectic evening and quite an elaborate and educative session. So to make it light, rather, I will be more talking about the practical field, the actual world, what the students are going once they pass out of the institution. So recently I delivered a lecture in BIT Sindri about the gap between the institute and the real world and how to cope up with the gap. See, I myself an engineer, when we got out from the institute, we had great dream in our mind. But when we saw the real world, we definitely found that lots of things, whatever was taught to us, were irrelevant. So it's quite obvious that the boys go to a specific field, someone who goes for designing. So for him, the survey and many other things, those does not hold any matter. So I'll first start introduction of my company. I started this company way back in 1990 with the sole aim of making the underground mines, new underground mines, and doing the mine development and operation in the country. I used to see I am a man from Raniganj, though recently shifted to 5 years back Calcutta. But right now, due to COVID, again came back to Raniganj.
Sir, Bangla
so people must have.
sir?
খুব ভালো বলতে পারি।
আরে বাহ, দারুণ।
খুব ভালো বলতে পারি, বাংলায় বলবো মাঝে মধ্যে।
হ্যাঁ, sure, you can.
So I have grown up. আমি রানীগঞ্জে 48 বছর ছিলাম, তারপরে কলকাতা গেছি, এখন আবার ফেরত চলে এসেছি এখানে। So we all have we have learned Bengali. I can write, read and speak definitely.
Wonderful.
So
You people must have heard that in Coal India or many other PSUs, there were only the foreigners who used to come and do the development of the mines or maybe do the development of roads. If you remember the Golden Quadrilateral, then initially in 2001, 2002, there were some companies from Malaysia, BSC, RBM, then companies from Europe who had come. But fortunately, with the very proactive approach of the Indian construction companies as well as the engineers, we slowly took over all those technologies, and now 100% we are totally dependent on our own design, drawing and execution on EPC basis for any industry, whatsoever you call. Roads, you know that 40,000, 30,000 kilometers of road per year our government is making. Similarly, for underground mining, there were only foreigners who were there. You must have heard Copex, some GmbH, Montan Consulting GmbH, Charbonnes de France International, Joy Global. So I took it up as a personal challenge, and I got all my engineers trained. The tagline of my company is Global Technologies, Ecological Mining. You know, underground is ecological. So we have given the country about more than 100 number of shafts and inclines in last 32 years of my career. So I'll be rather more talking about non-academic things, how a student who is passing out from the institute can take up the real world in real sense with an entrepreneurial activity also, just to keep your mind open.
Yeah.
Just to keep your mind open, just to rise to the occasion, you can say. You can rise to the occasion. So what we did was that we had the best engineers from the institutes, ISM, then B. Sitpur, then BIT Sindri, and even IITs. In our company, there are now 2,800 people, and I'm very proud to say that about 80% of the students or the workers in our company or engineers in our company are hailing from this part of the country, that is Asansol, Durgapur, Bardhaman district. Whereas we don't have a single project in West Bengal for last 15-20 years. That's the irony. Though we had been given the highest employer award also by Economic Times, but surely all the engineers from this area and from Asansol Polytechnic, there are quite a few students, but all were lateral entries. We used to go to Asansol Polytechnic way back in 90 to 93 to hire a few students. After that, we never went to Asansol Polytechnic. Dhatka, yes, we are taking Dhatka from Dhatka survey.
Yeah, Dhatka only. That is Asansol Polytechnic.
Okay. So Dhatka there. Okay. Dhatka, Asansol, I know Kanyapur Polytechnic.
No.
I thought it's Kanyapur Polytechnic.
Gang of people.
Okay. So I am sorry for the mix-up. So in any case, what we have done, beta, we don't disturb me. Huh? Just do your job. Get away. So we have around 110 graduate engineers and about 300 diploma holders in our company at various sites throughout the country. We are working in 18 states in the country. And we have a beautiful state-of-the-art central engineering works in Raniganj only, which definitely with this platform I would like to invite, and I would like to tell that at least for all your students, at least one day's excursion, the institute must consider that one day let them be our guests, let them see whatever the latest technology in exploration and mining.
Sir, thank you so much.
We are number one exploring company in the country. We have explored huge minerals in the last 30 years in the country. And after Mineral Exploration Corporation, that is government, we are the largest exploring company, as well as in underground mining, we are the largest mine development company. And in metal mine, we are the largest mine development and operation company. We are operating in gold, uranium, copper, silver, lead, manganese, then zinc, then iron ore, the chromite, whatnot. If any mine which is there producing underground masonry mining is they are doing all its best. Now another maybe just one profile I will display about the company and the type of equipment, because I understand that there are mechanical and electrical students also in Kanyapur apart from survey and mining. I think recently 2 number of surveyors from our institute had been posted, recruited and posted to Vedanta site, Vedanta in Udaipur for underground mines. And they are being trained with the best trainer in the country, that is Mr. Rajesh Ranjan Jha, who was Vice President of Tata Steel and my batchmate and my best friend. So he is doing one big project for MMPL at 3 sites, which is called IP, that is Institute of Project and Engineering. So the project management system, what they have implemented for our engineers, and has trained about 125 engineers already. Out of them, more than 50% are diploma holders. They are taking those students to such a greater height that you won't believe that in just few months, the productivity of all the sites increased by 30%, keeping all the resources same. So I think he also is a guest speaker. He is the best man, best project manager in whole of the country at the moment. And the project system, the project management system, what he initiated and implemented at Kalinganagar project, that same system they have across the stream, they have implemented in underground mines and exploration division of our company. Under these ages, we are taking JETs, Junior Engineer Trainees. So right now, for our command center at Calcutta, we are taking about 12 numbers of JETs who will be trained under them. And we have a tie-up with BIT Sindri and Jharkhand University of Technology. They are considering making one special MTech subject for MMPL, wherein the engineers from BE-Sipur, engineers from ISM, engineers from BIT Sindri in mining stream, as well as mechanical and electrical, they would be taken up. They will work. They will have an on-campus course for 6 months, and 1.5 years they will be all trained at various sites of MMPL with MMPL culture. And after 2 years of completion, they will have to appear for all the examination. The examination, all the subjects are being prepared by our engineers in close conjunction with the Jharkhand University of Technology, that is Government of Jharkhand. And I think within a few days, the course structure would be finalized. And our first such batch of JET for the graduate to take them to MTech, because once they complete 2 years, they are earning in the company. They are definitely earning a lot of money, 30,000 rupees per month we are giving them and training them. After 2 years, they will be all psychometric assessment would be taken up and Hogan and all analysis, and based on that, they would be placed in different institutes, different sites of MMPL. Ditto, we are doing it for some of our colleague companies also. So herein, I think there is lying a good opportunity for students from Dhatka, wherein we can definitely in future, in the times to come, because the first lot is already taken. So maybe within 1 or 2 months, under the ages of IPE, more students can be taken up.
Very good.
So this is one, and the visit to Raniganj works state of the art, and we have 3 such works throughout the country. One is in Nagpur, one is in Udaipur, and the head office is Raniganj. We have about 300 persons working at Raniganj only. And obviously all are engineers and technicians and foremen and mate level. So more than 70% of our 2,800 people are all technical people in the company. And we are giving the best services to whatever sector in the country. In civil engineering, so far is concerned, I personally implemented across the stream. I took up 2 technologies from civil engineering. One was from L&T site in Parvati project, wherein one hydro mill was taken up. Hydro mill basically is a big equipment which cost around 30 to 40 crores rupees. It mainly comes from Germany and Italy. The hydro mills make the diaphragm wall for the dams. When you make a coffer dam, then you have to make the main dam area totally dry. For that, you can stop it with a bund, but for the seepage underground, you have to make a diaphragm wall as deep as 30 to 40 meter. So for that diaphragm wall, you have to use this particular equipment called a hydro mill. So many of your institutes engineer must have been working, because there are lots of hydro mills working about in our country. In Northeast also lots of such machines are working. One machine is weighing around 1,000 to 1,200 tons. It's a very big machine.
Oh.
So those all maintenances and others. So actually across the stream, I took this particular technology and implemented it into Sukhinda belt for mining the boundary blocked ore of chromite. And another one technology called NATM, New Austrian Tunneling Method. We all know about USBRL, that is Udhampur, Srinagar, Baramulla railway line. So USBRL was thought of about 40 years back. And there was someone from our country who came in and who had laid up one central line for the railways from Udhampur, from Katra to Udhampur, and then Udhampur to Srinagar. Mm-hmm. So actually in that line, whatever the hills and hillocks or maybe the mountains were falling, they were crumbled. The moment you are trying to make a tunnel, it was falling. So for that, from Austria, a tunneling method was taken on. And because of that only now we are able to see the railways reaching up to Srinagar. So that particular technology was taken out from civil engineering stream into mining. And we are developed for Uranium Corporation of India, one Mahuldi decline. It was totally in soft rock and about 100 meter of the total surface. So, I mean, the superficial area was soft. So we drove the decline through soft rock through this technology. What I mean to say that when you keep your mind open and we know about the uses and the technologies, whatever you have written, whatever you have seen in the books, these things were all read by us in the books. Whenever such challenges came, one technology called Vasara, in which you are drilling with water. We all have heard that we drill with compressed air in mines and other. The pressure is 7 bar or 14 bar. More than 7-8 bar, if you touch your body, then it punctures your body. So 14 bar is the maximum in which all the open cast and other sites are working. But my water hammer works at 300 bar, 300. The water works at 300 bar. All the ISPRL, Indian Strategic Petroleum Reserves Limited. There are caverns which our country is making. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji সবচেয়ে আগে প্রথম ক্যাভার্ন উনি ভেবেছিলেন যে আমি লাগাবো, তো দ্যাট ওয়াজ ডান এট বিশাখাপত্তনম। ওই ক্যাভার্নে একটা উপরে ওয়াটার কার্টেন সিস্টেম লাগানো হয়, which is basically the natural pressure creation over the LPG. That's a liquefied petroleum reserve of 4 million ton. হচ্ছে কি that you know that LPG remains in liquefied form at about 16 bar pressure, 14 to 16 bar pressure in the cylinders, what you are using in your home. So when you keep LPG on the surface, you must have noticed when you cross Panagarh, you must have seen a big white tanks, which are founded on soil pad and a sand pad foundation. So those tanks are artificially pressurized tanks. Those tanks are pressurized at 14 bar, 16 bar artificially, and you lose a lot of energy. But herein the gradient, the water gradient pressure, the earth gradient pressure at 10 meter is 1 bar. So if you go 140 meter below, then automatically the water is under a pressure, or that area, the gradient, what do you call the natural gradient of the earth, that becomes 14 bar. So keeping that water under pressurized stage, you have to make a water curtain in which you have to drill perfectly horizontal holes, that too at an instantaneous speed of more than 3 meter per minute, which is only possible through Vasara technology. We sent all our engineers and licentiate engineer, diploma engineers to Poland. They stayed there for one year. They took the technology. Now all the what do you call these petroleum reserves, underground reserves, whatsoever are being done. So this was a mining technology, Vasara, which was implemented back into civil. So what I am trying to say that it's all the system theory, it's all in the game, and it's all in the technologies. When we talk of current, it's ampere. When you talk of hydraulics, it's flow. When you talk of pressure, it's voltage. When you talk of pressure in hydraulics, it's kg per centimeter square, bar or whatever. So the students must understand that whatever they are learning in the college, nothing is a waste. When we got out, we had our thinking that, okay, itna kyo pada, faltu isiklom, kichui kaje laglo na. Kintu ei 30 bochor pore mone porche je each and every subject. Okay, yes, we need a total diversion from the type of teaching what you are dealing, and new education policy is taking care of that. But the student must have confidence into themselves, and once they come to visit our works, they'll be able to see the technologies which was there 150 years back till the technology which is latest and updated. In mining, in exploration, civil wing definitely we work very slow and very small works in ground stabilization and anchors in dams and others. Purulia pump storage project total stabilization has been done by MMPL personally. Now that is overall outlook of the company, and I told about the students what MMPL would like to take up in future from the institute and train them. Now maybe I'll just take a few minutes to show a few of the type of the equipment what MMPL is using. So I think this is more action. So meeting detail, enter full screen. How to show my screen?
Yeah, sir.
There's an arrow.
Yeah, there is an arrow. Right.
Arrow,
and
then
after pressing that, you have an option called screen 1. You will find screen 1. Once you press that, press the screen 1. Then your screen will be shared. Yeah.
Okay. You are able to see the screen?
Yeah. We are able to see your screen. Yes.
First profile, very briefly, I will go.
Yeah.
So we are services in underground metal mining, underground coal mining, mining exploration services, geophysical, and this particular, we have got a very big wing. We start from, you just show us a land. We can map the land, we can find out the ore, all the coal available, we'll make the geological report with the latest techniques. We will make the detailed project report, DPR, we will make the mine entries through shafts, inclines. We will do all underground development, stoping, depillering, and mining through continuous miner or drill and blast, and bring the ore on the surface, including backfilling of the total mines. That is 100% MMPL service under one roof. And vision and mission is very clear that later on, whenever the students come, I will explain it to them. So resources and others, these are the major clients in the country, whomsoever, one of the best PSUs and the big corporates. And our USP is eco-friendly mining. This is our central engineering works at Raniganj. And type of equipment, I will come through a different slide. So these are the jumbos which we use for metal mines. We own more than 30 such jumbos in our company. These are the 20 tons. See, whatever these type of loaders you see on the surface or in the coal mines around you, sir, that is having a capacity of 3 tons only. Payloaders, what you generally call in our local. But our loaders, underground loaders, are 20-ton capacities.
Oh.
Huge loaders. And this each loader cost around 10 crores rupees.
Oh.
We have from 10 tons to 20 tons, we own more than 40 loaders. These are the underground trucks which just move like a snake in underground. These are low profile dump trucks. The maximum height is 1.8 to 2 meter, but it carries 30 to 60 ton capacity of ore from. So these again about 35 to 40 equipment we are owning and having. If the students come, they are able to see at the works getting refurbished or new one getting commissioned.
Oh, wow.
These are the scissor lifts which are all, so none of the equipment are less than 3 crores. This again, we bought 3 numbers, each 3 crores rupees each. These are the scalers. Actually, once you blast it, then you have to scale so that no loose stone is left over for the purpose of safety. These are the man carrier for underground. It can carry 30 persons at a time to underground safely. These are a few of the surface equipment. This is a low capacity, this continuous miner. It's a beautiful concept. We are using it for Tata Steel mines, 2 sets. And this particular machine has been manufactured keeping Raniganj and Asansol coalfield into consideration. You know, when we were coal mine owners. What we have done very small drives, 3.5 to 4 meter. None of the big continuous miner can work here in Raniganj. They can work in Jhanjra or some other new fields. But this can work in any and all mines. If you ask Dhatka Colliery, this can go underground, get it into pieces, underground assembly. It will start giving you 1,000 tons of coal every day. We are doing it for Tata Steel. These are the bolters, only 1 meter wide. This is for the roof bolting, twin rock bolters. These are again being used at Tata Steel mines. Then the crawler mounted, these are continuous haulage, continuous mobile conveyors for underground. So these follow the main machine and continuously the coal is carried and given to the hopper. And the length of the hopper in this particular conveyor in pieces is 100 meter. It can carry coal to 100 meter away from the point where it is cutting. So these are all our drill rigs. This is our Raniganj works again. These are 2,000 meter. It can go up to 2,000 meter. This drill for exploration can bring out core from 2 kilometer deep. And for the purpose of gas, coal bed methane, CBM drilling, then this shale gas drilling for GSI. We have done in Dhanbad and Andal area for drilling for shale gas up to a depth of 1,500 meter. We have all expert operators also. We have operator from Australia, from Philippines, from Mongolia, and from Zambia working in Vedanta. We have around 30 expert operators also in the company. So these are underground haulages which are being used for these type of conventional mines. This is a conventional mine for chromite. The gensets. Then these are a few of the trucks, loaders. Then this is again a rail drill, a fantastic thing which it walks on rails and it drills the face and blast. We are using it at Kendadi mine of Hindustan Copper near Ghatsila. It's a beautiful place, a very big mine we are operating. These are all the headgears what you see. We completely supply, install, erect winders with headgear. For Eastern Coalfield now we are going to get 6 numbers of such orders. We have done it for MOIL, we have done it for Uranium Corporation, for Vedanta, for Eastern Coalfield, for South Eastern Coalfield, for Singareni Coalfield, many collieries, we already have done it. So these are the shaft sinking, when you are sinking a shaft. This is a Bagjata shaft in Uranium Corporation. And these are a few of the small equipment which you are using. Just a minute. राजेश 10 मिनट में कॉल करेगा क्या हमको? 10 मिनट में कॉल कर सकता है क्या? हाँ ठीक है, वो 3M अनिल इज वेटिंग. ठीक है ना? तुम कतार से आ रहा है ना? हाँ हम बोल दिए हैं, अनिल वेट करेगा. अनिल को पता है 3 है. हाँ उसका नंबर दे दिया है. ओके राइट टाइम.
Yeah. Can you unmute, sir? You can unmute.
Actually, one of my friend is coming from US tonight to my house, so he was just giving him the driver's direction.
We understand, sir. Thank you for taking time out.
So
Wonderful.
this is a conventional drill rigs, what you see it around, but now we all have moved to these hydraulic drills. So almost I have covered. I think these are the tunnels with all the fan and other arrangements. What we are making. This is Purulia Pump Storage Project. What you are seeing now, you go for picnic now at Ayodhya Hills. So Ayodhya Hill has such 18-kilometer tunnels inside the water. We have done all the stabilization of all the tunnels and surface. So thank you very much for listening patiently.
That's really wonderful. I mean, I am personally, I'm telling you, sir, I'm really overwhelmed to listen to you. I just had the opportunity to work for Mr. Rajesh Rajan Jha, in the IPMS project that you talked about, for the multi-D project management. So I think what you covered, sir, so far, it appears that there would be probably quite a few people from our Dhatka Asansol Polytechnic, what you call it actually, the Dhatka Polytechnic, in your company. I'm sure they are working probably as we speak.
Yeah, 100%. I'll have to count it out through my HR.
So thank you, sir. So we are grateful to you in more than one way. So what can I say? Thank you for sharing with us a lot of wisdom. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for our students. I'm sure they would be loving to grab that opportunity and learn a lot from you and probably build their further career course with you. And I'm sure with the students we will separately discuss and we'll make sure that they get back in touch with you going forward too. So any question, anyone, please raise hand or feel free to ask. Supriyata, any concluding remarks? Sadarananda, any concluding remark?
First of all,
yes,
I like to.
Really, we are very happy.
Somebody is talking raised hand. Pradeep Prashad. Okay, just speak.
Pradeep Prashad.
Hey, Pradeep.
Yes, Pradeep, unmute yourself and ask your question.
Pradeep can't possibly unmute now.
Can you listen us, Pradeep? Can you listen us?
I think by mistake,
but
by mistake it is the.
I think
if you have anything to say,
mistake.
just unmute your mic and speak out. Okay. I think it was unknowingly clicked on that raise hand. I think.
Yeah.
Well,
So
sir,
Supriyata,
it was a beautiful speech we have listened from you. So we are now concluding this today's beautiful session. I think everybody has enjoyed it, and there's a lot of learned guests delivered their lectures, and we have been enlightened or enriched rather as a present student. So I like to thank first of all the guest speakers, namely Sri Bijay Chandra Nayak, Sri Shudhanshu Chakraborty, Sri Shaktipada Bose, Dr. M.C. Murmu, Dr. Aniruddha Bhattacharya, and Sri Rajiv Ganariwala. So, sir, all of you have speaked a very delivered a very good lecture, and I also thank the organizer and APT
alumni as a whole to conduct such a beautiful session, and thank everyone. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone who want to say anything more?
Yes.
Biplab Das.
Biplab Das.
Thank you.
Biplab Das
Thank
from
you. Can you
London.
hear me?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, it was a very enjoyable session of all these technical things, which obviously I left mining a long back, and obviously all I wanted to basically to connect back to my initial engineering roots and see what was going on in India, and as well as what are the latest trends in India. And I'm amazed to find out such amazing development which has happened all through these what shall I say, around 35 years back now. So I'm very much glad and humbled and thankful for all these insights and wonderful lectures by all the people over here today. So thank you all. So nice to be in touch with you all.
Thank you, Biplab. And I don't know, there was a problem for joining tomorrow's session. But if you can,
it's because basically it's like 5:30 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. That time would be too much early for me. Sorry for that.
We'll see.
But we hope you will join later on at least.
Later on, maybe
During
around
that,
9:30, 10 a.m. I can join. Yeah.
Okay.
I join senior junior meet.
Yes.
Okay.
And stay tuned. Everybody stay tuned for the next morning. Okay.
Okay.
Another beautiful day.
And Supriya, I have a question.
Happening geography.
Topic of mining department and mining survey department from tomorrow lecture morning. For tomorrow morning lecture, I have no idea about the topic of mining department and mining survey department.
No, the concert persons will speak for itself. But the persons who will join there, tomorrow's session will be like your self-development, knowledge building, attitude building, leadership, and so on.
Personal grooming.
That is no topic from mining department.
No. There will be no technical topic. That topic may be related with that your technical aspect, but topic will be like that. The present students who are about to begin their careers, they have to face some interview. How they will develop themselves and the experience of the persons, of our alumni. They will share it.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I am saying, don't worry, we will find an order in a chaos. Don't worry, we will find an order in a chaos.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
We'll give it for tomorrow. Thank you everyone for this wonderful evening.
Tomorrow,
Good night to all.
1 minute, please.
Yeah.
Nilanjan, please circulate tomorrow's link, because tomorrow's link will be separate link.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to
is required.
Circulate it to our groups.
And we will enjoy more success in tomorrow's event. Okay.
And today's event is also successful.
I think Mr. Rajiv, your session was the best.
And tomorrow's tagline is Sarobindu's Jai Ho. Okay.
Too much valuable session. Today's session is too much valuable. I think
ভারী ব্যাপার থাকবে না শরদিন্দু। কালকে আমরা জাস্ট প্রাণ খুলে এনজয় করব। For the good night students.
Good night.
Good night everybody.
Good night.
Bye. Stay tuned for tomorrow morning. Okay.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Jai Ho, FPT, Jai Ho.
Jai Ho, FPT.
Jai Ho.
We hope Biplab will there tomorrow.
Teachers for FPT.